There it is. Okay, thanks for your patience. We'll call this a special meeting of the Whitewater Township Board, March 21st, 2024, to order at 9:10 a.m. Roll call when ready.
Goss, here. Bennett,
Here.
Glenn,
Here.
Bauman,
Here.
Pop.
Here. Changes to the agenda. I see that the notice to this meeting has the ZA interviews first, but we've known for a very long time that the interim fire chief interview would be first. So
That's just how the board set it up when they set up these special meetings.
We'll just move it.
Well,
If that's
our
okay.
agenda reflects the time schedule that we're aware of, which is the interim fire chief at 9. Does anybody have a problem with how the agenda reads in comparison to the notice?
I do not.
You
I
can
do
take
not.
it in whatever order you want. That agenda
Heidi?
wasn't on the website
Do you have any problems? with
nope,
it?
last
Okay.
night by 5
So
o'clock.
then we'll approve it the way it is. Motion to approve the agenda the way it is with no changes.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. Roll call when ready.
Bauman,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop.
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Public comment here in the township hall. I'm sorry, conflict of interest. Is there any conflict of interest with the board member? Hearing none, we'll move into public comment here in the township hall. Is there any public comment here in the township hall? And is there any public comment out on Zoom? Please use the raise your hand function.
I got nobody raising a hand.
Okay, we'll record it as none. Moving into the agenda, good morning. Joshua, please make your way to the podium, sir. Welcome.
Morning.
For those board members who maybe don't know Mr. Morgan, this is Joshua Morgan. Would somebody like to start off with questions for Josh?
Sure, I will. Morning.
Morning.
So, you go by Joshua or Josh?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I answer to both.
Okay, well, some people sometimes have a preference, so I don't want to unintentionally offend someone. So, Joshua, on your resume, you indicate that you manage cellar crews at the Chateau.
Yep.
How many people are in that crew? How many people?
There are 5.
There's 5.
Yep.
Okay. And what about the time, the supervisory time that you had at Petoskey Farms Vineyard and Winery? How many people were there?
That was a much smaller operation. I had a vineyard manager who was also a cellar hand. So it was just one at that
Just
point.
one, okay.
And then, previously at Black Star, I had a team of 2, could flex up to 3 or 4 in harvest time.
Okay. You've been doing the fire department as a training officer, and thank you very much for that service. I think that it certainly seems to be going very well. I guess in your role as the training officer, the firefighters that you have been training, how would they describe your demeanor, your management style, how you approach them? How would they describe how you manage them?
I feel that they would describe my management style, or at least my training style, as I am a very approachable person. Everything I do with the intent of trying to make other people better. So I'm not a person who gets riled up easy. I kind of take it and come back to it later type of person. But I feel that everybody in the department would say that I'm approachable and very easygoing demeanor is.
Would you describe yourself?
I kind of the same. Yeah. I've always been a people's person. I'm always getting to know people. I like to get to know their background and who they are. And yeah, I understand that conflict sometimes happens, but I try to de-escalate situations and come back to them later, typically. So that way it's not a heat of the moment discussion.
Yep. So how long have you been doing the training officer role?
And then the training officer role for just shy of a year.
Okay. And in that year, is there an event, or what would you describe as your greatest accomplishment in that role?
For me, I think just I don't want to say elevating the training program, but just kind of making it, changing up from what it has been, kind of bringing some new things in. I mean, heck, last week we literally played with Legos, but it was we were on air practicing communications and had a guy in another room and we were building Lego kits and just trying to make the trainings relatable, but also fun, and looking ahead to the future and where training trends are going and just trying to look to the future and be on top of the curve instead of following. So,
and I guess, looking ahead and looking at your resume, you spent some time with several other fire departments since 2010. What are some of the 2 or 3 top qualities that you saw or you witnessed that the qualities that make a great fire chief? You've had the opportunity to see other departments and obviously they weren't the same fire chief.
yeah, yep.
But what did you see out there that said, man, that if I was a fire chief, that's something I need to remember. That was a really great quality that person possessed.
Yeah, I mean, I experienced a lot. I mean, even with my time at Metro with Chief Pat Parker, he was somebody that if you had a bad call or were having some personal issues, like he would invite you over for dinner, and he took a lot of time to get to know you on the individual level, even though there was 40 plus part-time employees at that time and a handful of full-time. So you weren't just a number, down to just ensuring, feeling safe, having a fire chief that just makes you feel safe when they arrive on scene. Then everything's going to be fine. That's a big thing, I think, for the crews to see, is when you show up and kind of de-escalates the tension a little bit in that moment of crisis. And that was a trait that I've seen officer or chiefs have, that something that I would try to emulate.
Okay. You've had a chance to see all those people in action. So what do you think is what's the greatest attribute, the greatest strength that you would bring to the position of fire chief?
In scenes and situations, I'm calm. I don't typically let intensity of the situation dictate my demeanor. I like to take a step back and look at things from a 30,000-foot view and ensure that everything's safe, because at the end of the day, our crews are what are important. I don't want to get anybody injured or let alone make a situation worse than it needs to be. I'm very approachable. I'm always available. And, you know, what is very unique about Whitewater that I haven't really experienced, kind of experienced it when I was in public safety, but that was, they were cops. So it's a different animal in of itself, but it's very much a family atmosphere. Like, I feel like this group of guys and gals is a group that need a couch moved. You could call them and you can have 4 people show up and you're going to get a couch moved. And that to me is something that I would try to continue to, you know, foster, because it's rare and unique. And I think that, you know, it's something that has meant something to me in the short amount of time I've been in Whitewater. So I'd want to continue that.
So would it be fair for me to say that a lot of personal connection,
Yeah.
that a lot of bonding?
Yeah. Yep.
Why do you want to become fire chief, and what you feel? Obviously you're prepared, and so what led up to this moment?
This moment kind of just arrived, to be honest. I don't want him to retire, but no, for me, I felt like it was opportunities like this don't come along that often. And for me, I am dedicated to the place that I live, and I live in Whitewater Township, and we have no intention of leaving Whitewater Township. This is where we want to raise our family. And when the opportunity to become fire chief for this township arose, it seemed like a really good opportunity to continue to give back. And I'm a student of the industry, in both my industries, to be honest. I'm always learning, but I found myself spending a lot more time doing fire over the last 2 or 3 years. I'm always taking classes. I don't necessarily have a time frame where I'm not taking a class to continue my education. So much so that my wife had to tell me, like, hey, the next 6 months, I have to go back for my second master's. So you need to not take a class. But in that conversation, it was like, this is all I do. When I'm not doing winemaking, I'm doing firefighting. And so it just seemed like the next natural progression in it for me. And yeah, it just felt like the right time. So
I have 2 more questions and I'll turn it over to my colleagues. In your opinion, what do you see as the biggest challenges that are facing fire chiefs today? Just in general, what do you see as being pressure on being in that position?
recruitment and retention is big. Trying to bring people in, but also keep the people you have. And, you know, the budget's definitely difficult because costs are going up. I mean, and keeping our equipment at, you know, top of the line and buying gear, but just everything's incrementally always going up. So those are large challenges that we face. But recruitment and retention, I think, is one of the biggest challenges we face.
So let's assume we get past recruitment and retention. What then becomes the key for developing that good team of firefighters? What is the key element that needs to happen?
Honestly, making them feel safe, like, and valued, giving back to them. You know, I know that's like, hey, here's some new gear. I know that it's just new gear, but like that goes a long ways in saying, like, hey, they're investing in me. The opportunity to say, yeah, go take a class, continue your education, like helping them advance up through the ranks and allowing them to feel like they are helping make decisions and move the department forward, even from a probationary firefighter up to a captain. Like they all have a role. And I think if those members feel like they're helping move the department forward and into the future, they'll stay. Definitely been part of departments where you were just a number, and you punched in, you punched out, and it didn't really matter what you said, but that's when people start looking elsewhere for employment. So I think making them feel like, just like I said, down to a probationary firefighter, even to a guy that's been there for 10 years, it's just a firefighter, like let them help guide the department in the future.
Okay.
It wouldn't just be me, it would be,
Sure.
it's everybody.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Who'd like to go next?
So you'll be able to start on April 1st
Yeah, in terms,
and not a
yes.
pool.
Yeah, no, would not be an April Fool's joke.
That's all I needed to know.
It won't be an April Fool's joke. I have a couple questions. When do you see yourself finishing, what was it, fire? Well, first, when do you see yourself taking 400, ICS 400?
ICS 400, I just have to go online and hop onto one of the blue classes, and
You can do,
I could do a
400
400 online.
how can they do that now?
COVID,
Ugh.
yeah. And plus, there is none. I have friends that teach the ICS 400, and I've been inquiring for almost a year now. And the state has no intention. There's no 400 classes.
And they're
on
not
the
going
books.
back to open,
They're
which
not.
is bad because that's command.
So, but there's online portions, and I've requested a 400 class be put on in Antrim.
They still do them in person too.
Yeah, so I requested one to be put on from Antrim because there's like a handful of us that need it and want it.
Well, it's the difference between sitting and watching on a computer screen and actually getting your hands dirty.
I like the hands dirty in-person class just because you get the tabletop exercises and you just,
I don't know how they're gonna do that. 'cause
it's more fun when you're in person, but definitely take it online.
Okay, I'm one of your firefighters and I don't want to take some training. What do you do?
So it happens.
Well, but this is good because this is your passion. So what's your motivation for
Usually,
that person to change their mind to take it?
usually sitting down and asking like, hey, what can we do to get you to do this training and finding common ground, because maybe my delivery method isn't the method that student is going to learn. So it's finding the way that they're going to learn, and then it's fostering the trainings and it's fostering the lessons to reach everybody. And that's, I'm taking my instructor 2 right now, actually. And that's one of the biggest discussions, is how to adjust and develop lesson plans and trainings to hit all targets. And luckily I have a wife that's a teacher, so I have a lot of I bounce a lot of ideas off of her. And that's why I did like the Lego training, because it kind of hit everybody. Like some people wanted to build the Legos and somebody just wanted to talk on the radio, and the other, like it's developing trainings that get everybody involved. And maybe they're not doing the meat and potatoes part of it, but they're doing a component of the training that they're passionate about. So, but it's, if somebody comes up, it's like, I'm not going to do this, we say, hey, let's sit down and talk about like what we can do to get you to get it done.
What's your plan moving down the road for motivation?
My plan for motivation, ooh, that's a good question.
Getting some more help. In other words, going out maybe into the community, different,
Yeah, so
there's
I
CERT
actually
out
talked,
there.
I talked to the chief about this, actually. Is I didn't realize our entire township, like I said, I've lived here since March of last year, so I'm still relatively new. I've lived in Grand Traverse County for a long time, but I didn't realize our township was 99% Elk Rapids school district. And I'm a huge high school sports fan, doesn't matter who. It's getting, I feel like getting involved in like the Elk Rapids schools and going to games, being a face, and then looking at that 18 to 20-year-old post high school student that doesn't really know what they want to do. Maybe mom and dad has a farm, and hopefully start tapping back into that crowd of people. I think that's where we can start bringing potentially more people on, and offering if we ever do choose to staff the station more than just the fire chief, I think that's where you're going to find people that want to stay and would stay and potentially not leave because this is where their family's at, hopefully. So
What's your thoughts on going out to the community and maybe finding yourself some volunteers?
I think that
Now in Michigan with volunteer firefighter, we're not gonna get anybody to do that to volunteer because it's too much time. But, we have a lot of CERT programs around us,
yeah. So
fire brigade.
I love
What's your idea?
I love the idea of CERT. The county has, I don't know if this county has one. But we had a CERT team, something similar to a CERT team in Emmett County. But I think that there's a great opportunity for reaching out to people that live in the township and developing some sort of.
That's when you're gonna get your old guys coming back in.
Yeah. Yep. And I'm open to all ideas and discussions when it comes to how to better move the department forward. So
Let's see, one last question. Do you have any children?
I do. I have a 4.5-year-old daughter and a 2.5-year-old son.
Okay. That's all I got.
Cheryl?
I just have a couple questions. I like the fact that you've put your roots in this community, plan to stay here. When I had a discussion with you recently, you indicated that you have a commitment to the department, whether or not you become the interim chief or the eventual fire chief. You still have a commitment as the training officer. And you even expressed, I'm just want to confirm this in front of the rest of the board, I guess. Even indicated that you would prefer that for the fire chief position, that the township does advertise the position and find out, who's out there that might be interested and whether you would ultimately be that person or maybe somebody else. But you were supportive of that process.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah, you are correct. As much as I would love the opportunity to become full-time fire chief, I do still want the board to do their due diligence and follow the protocols you guys have in place for hiring. Because there are a lot of great candidates out there, and I want to ensure that, we all, it's not just something given, but
Right.
I earn.
Right, yeah.
Earn it. So
And, but in the meantime, in 8 days, without your appointment as interim chief, we won't have a chief. And therefore, we won't have anyone handling the day-to-day administrative paperwork things that come up. And so you're willing to fill that role
I am willing to fill that role, correct?
for some period of time.
However long it takes. Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else? Josh, did I hear you say that there's 20-year-olds in the Elk Rapids School District that you would approach?
Not 20-year-olds in the school district, but I was more mentioning, yeah.
What is your wage requirement?
My wage requirement
Mhm.
for intern.
Yeah.
I have not thought of that, and that is something that can be discussed as we move forward.
Nicole Blonshine reached out to me upon hearing of Chief's resignation and wanted to share her interactions with Josh in a most positive light. really supportive of you and the things that you've done. Apparently, you started in her department.
I did.
So that's probably before the 2010 listing here on your resume. I don't know. She didn't tell me, but I have a lot of respect for Nicole. She was a long time first responder. Excuse me. And certainly knows her business. So I don't think we could get a better recommendation besides our own fire chief, who has.
Well,
done the
just so
same.
you know, somebody verified that yesterday for me. Also from the same individual.
So I have no further questions, and I would certainly like to make a motion to offer Josh the interim fire chief post. And so if I can get a second, then we could.
I'll
discuss
second
some-
it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. I am not opposed to maybe even elevating this rate to fire chief, quite frankly. But I would also understand that the board has done things a certain way in the past, and I understand. So any board discussion on that topic?
Well, it's interesting because of he's a training officer. I understand why he would want to go that direction. But at this, that's a decision he has to make.
No, that's a decision the board would make.
I understand that, but he's telling you that he'd like you to go through that process, that he's okay either way. I guess it really doesn't matter.
And I think the reason I ask is that our current fire chief doesn't live in the township. No offense, but he couldn't find accommodations in the township.
Well, that's the only thing I was worried about is if somebody comes from like Petoskey or you're trying to come down and move into this community. I had a realtor yesterday just look at some things for me and I was like, oh, I guess the person's gonna live like maybe in Gran. So I get that. And maybe that's the direction we have to go because you're looking at an hour response time possibly for the chief to go from home to here. I don't know what to tell you, but I looked all over the place and even something that was 295 to 300,000, hopefully he didn't have any kids, was 40 minutes away.
And I believe I forwarded just a rogue email that I received from other people within the metro, or no, not within the metro district, but within, I think, a Benzie district, maybe Homestead Township or something like that. There were several people in that fire department that would be interested. But to your point, Heidi, they're going to come clean across Traverse City to do that. And is that where we want to go? It's just a thought. Cheryl, do you have any input on that?
Well, I think we need to vote on the motion here.
For
Josh
discussion.
lives in the community, and for the interim fire chief position, we need to know what he's going to be paid today. But Josh is not going to be leaving his day job for the interim fire chief position. So that's not really up for discussion right now.
Ardella?
I'm not currently entertaining moving from interim directly to fire chief
Okay.
at this point.
Don?
I'm in the same position as Ardell.
Roll call when ready.
Okay,
Yes,
one
Bennett,
second.
Bennett,
You,
Yes.
Sorry, did you
you
have
I wanted to know, he said he was gonna elevate it. Are we voting on interim here or chief?
What
the
was
motion is, motion by Pop to offer Josh the interim fire chief post.
Right, and I seconded. Okay,
Bellmuth,
yes.
what?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so we also do need to determine what, because we're gonna have to do payroll. We need to know what Josh is going to be paid for the interim fire chief position.
Motion to follow our existing wage salary schedule. Is that the right one? Wage salary schedule? Is that where it's listed? Yes. Motion to follow our existing wage salary schedule.
And what is that amount? It needs to be in the motion.
Well, it's going to change, Cheryl, because I don't think we've decided on that yet. But it is, last year it was 20, well, last year I believe it was $18 according to your discussion.
But we're talking about the next fiscal year.
Is that something?
And if I remember our discussion yesterday on this very topic, we said that we would hear what Josh had to say, and then we would make changes to it.
I'd like
Josh
to
had
hear-
no thoughts.
What do you make an hour now when you respond as a volunteer?
Hourly rate's $30 an hour,
How much?
$30 an hour. Training's 25.
It's a big range there, but it's different duties.
I'm not saying that the current value is correct, right?
Right.
I'm not saying.
Oh,
that.
no, we said it the other
My,
day. that
my,
it was-
my motion for discussion is that we follow the document that we have in place. That is my motion. Because this position is listed on that document. Consistent with our discussion yesterday, we will determine in our budget discussion what that value is. Now, if we would like to pin a value to it, I'm good. Throw out a number.
Well, I don't.
Make a motion.
Well, there's a motion already on the table.
Roll call when ready.
Motion to follow our existing wage step. And I don't understand the motion.
I don't either, because that's not a. Go
We
on.
need,
Do we not
Aside-
have a document that says how much this post gets paid? Yes or
And-
no?
we have a document that's in flux right now. And I don't think, and I haven't said that I agree, and I don't agree with the amounts that are on there for the interim positions. Josh, for the interim fire chief position, should not be paid less than what firefighters in the department get paid to respond.
What's
That's
the-
just a slap in the face.
What's the rate of pay when
Yeah,
you're
but
training?
But the document is not in the document's not in a state of flux. There is a rate in there effective through 3/31, 2024. It's going- it's likely going to change.
That is a rate that has not been reviewed in years, Don.
I understand that, but it exists today to Ron's point. The question is effective April 1st, what's that rate is going to be.
And I'm
different.
just asking for the motion to have the rate in it.
$18 an hour.
28.50.
Just throwing numbers out.
Well,
35,
he's throwing
95.
18, that's
The
insulting.
the current wage
Heidi.
scale list, right? Is it, I see 20, is that not correct?
Cheryl said that we did not discuss it last year, so then it remains at 20 or at 18.
Yeah, it hasn't been
That's what
discussed
she
in
says.
several years
So
because we
if
haven't
that's-
needed that position.
If that's what it is, then that's what it is. And so Heidi, to your point, okay, yes, we understand that that's not a good number, right? And
So I threw one
so,
out there.
so when April 1st hits, then we need to decide what that number is going to be. Okay?
Actually, we can decide it when we finish up our budget stuff today.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And if it turns out, I totally understand what Cheryl says. You know, currently the training officer is,
I don't see why we can't make it now,
First of
And
all,
then
I don't
aren't
either.
you
updated during our
okay with
budget time.
28.50?
He's
Which is
standing right
today.
here.
We just.
so. And I think, Ron, when you and I came up to very close numbers last time we had this discussion, or time before, in the $33 range.
I just confirmed your math.
Okay, but you
I-
came up with the same numbers I did when you ran it.
That was not a supportive statement of
Okay,
your
well,
math.
that's where I'm at. I don't know about anybody else.
Here's an idea.
I'm at a
How much
minimum
do you
of
think you
$30
should
an
make?
hour.
Because if it's 25 for training, 30 on a call, you gotta kind of make more than the people that are under you.
Am I allowed to comment?
Yes, why can't you comment? I'm asking you a question.
Well, no, you guys were deliberating, so I didn't want to interject. Two trains of thought. That $35 an hour, or give me a stipend.
In
I'm
other
fine
words,
with the $35 an hour.
So, or a.
Because
stipend.
currently I'm operating under a stipend as training officer, and I am 100% fine with that. I give my duties. I do have, like we've stated, I do have a full-time job that is my, 9 to 5. So the hours that I give are going to be potentially from home while doing paperwork or coming to the station. So I'm good with the stipend, but also $35 an hour. I'll just track my time spent working on Whitewater Township Fire Department projects. And we can go from there. But I am, I just want to make it known that, I am committed to moving forward in this process, but in the meantime, and I do have a full-time job that I need to continue my commitment towards. And so anything I do, and as interim, I'm going above and beyond what a normal person would do. So I would like to see a little bit higher rate than the full-time guys or the part-time guys do see.
I'll make a motion to pay Josh Morgan $35 per hour for the interim fire
It's
chief
already a motion
position.
on the table.
Well, let's make it a second motion. So can we vote on
No.
this first one?
Vote on the first one. That's the way it's supposed to be done. Do it the right way.
Restate your motion, just so I'm clear, that it's the current wage and salary scale.
That is correct. In place for 2023, 2024.
That's going to be in your motion, Ron? So it's just offering the job.
My motion is to follow the current salary schedule in place for the budget year 2023, 2024. So as he stands hired here today, his rate of pay would be $18 an hour. The second motion that somebody wants to get on the floor before the first one is dispatch, looks at what his wage would be in April 1. So what is his start date going to be? April 1, right?
I believe that first vote to be procedural. I'm ready.
Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
Baumia,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
and
Goss, no.
Josh, I want you to know my hesitation was not on you, but it was on the wage issue.
Okay.
I want to make sure you're being paid the proper wage for what you're going to be doing. I know, I do
Just
not want to
voted-
insult you.
No. I
You
understand.
just voted for him to pay $18.
I understand
But
that.
we're gonna renegotiate
I
the
ju-
budget,
I'm sorry,
right?
but the way it's explained, he starts April 1st. He will be getting paid April 1st, whatever wage we come up with today.
Right.
And if it is,
Well, right now it's proposed as, I think, $21.20 now.
well, I think that needs to be looked at again, and it will be. Are we okay with this?
I understand. I understand
He
the
understands where
situation.
we're
at hand.
going.
Yep. The very odd window with the new budget starting in 8 days. So
Now, to address other board members' concerns, we also do have budgeting on this particular agenda. So if we were done with Mr. Morgan, he could sit down and then he could listen to what we were going to move that wage to on April 1st.
Actually, I think he
Is
has to
that-
get back to his day job.
I have no problem taking that issue up.
Is that a reasonable expectation from the board?
I have no problem taking that conversation up.
Heidi,
No problem.
Ardella,
Yeah,
Cheryl?
We have to take it up.
I'll take that as a no because it wasn't a yes, but the consensus is that we'll take it up now. So you're welcome to stand or sit.
I will say-
Or take off, either one.
No, if I get up and leave, it's just because I'm.
I totally understand
Got
and feel free to do so. So Josh had made it an idea or threw out an idea of $35 an hour. I'll make a motion for discussion purposes to pay the interim fire chief $35 per hour beginning April 1, 2024.
Second.
what did you say?
I'll make a motion for discussion purposes to pay the interim fire chief $35 per hour
That's the part I didn't hear.
beginning April 1, 2024. And I believe Heidi seconded it. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Yeah, that's when he starts.
Ardella, this
He
is
doesn't
above,
start today.
this is above the number that you had come up with the other day.
And I'm fine with that.
Any other questions or comments? We'll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Baumia,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Bennett,
Yes,
Glenn.
Yes.
Welcome aboard, Josh. Thank you. This is a glimpse to what your next few months are going to be like.
no, it isn't. It'll be worse.
Welcome aboard. I assume you accept.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. See you guys.
Thank you, Josh.
Stay warm.
I'm trying. My cellar's 40 degrees. So now.
Okay.
So,
Hmm.
We want to see if Bob's available for an interview, or do we have some leftover discussions for Josh?
You know, on Josh,
I'm sorry,
on Josh.
on Josh. So just out of curiosity, Chief, in Josh's current position as training officer, he's paid at $25 an hour.
No, it isn't. He's not paid at $25 an hour. Right?
Oh, excuse me. Yep, that's at $18 an hour too. Never mind.
No. It's $160, I believe, 35 cents every 2 weeks. It's a stipend. It is not an hourly rate.
When was that voted on?
The training officer, well, it used to be Nick's job, and that was Nick's stipend. And then Josh took it over, took over the training officer duties, and then Nick was no longer paid.
We did that last fall.
Yep,
So is that paid at the rate under the assistant fire chief then?
Yes.
Gotcha.
$300 a year.
something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's in your budget.
Really ought to clean that up. Oh, never mind. We want to see if Bob's available.
Sure.
And as I understand it, Josh will be paid the $35 an hour as interim fire chief, as well as the training stipend. So he'll be getting both of those April 1st.
No,
Yes, he will.
At the
Will he
same
be-
time, when he's doing the training, he gets paid the training. Is that what you're saying?
He doesn't get paid for training, only through the training stipend. As
That's what
the
I'm saying.
training officer, he gets paid the training stipend. The administrative roles of the chief's department do not include training.
and
Do you want to
therefore,
elaborate there?
I did it. Like 5 years.
And-
Nick wasn't.
so then it's going to be one or the other, Cheryl, but it's not both.
Want to explain how you do that?
That's the curveball that has been thrown at this board. And you'll have to decide.
What's that?
Well, he's currently the training officer getting a stipend, but now he's the interim fire chief, so.
Is he gonna be required to do that under his chief's wage? Or is he going to get a stipend during the time that he's doing the training? That's the question, isn't
That
it?
would be his job as fire chief,
Okay, so.
How did you do it?
unless he turns it over to Nick again. Light a fire under Nick to get him to do that job.
Well, we're going to have a line item in this document that highlights the training officer and one that highlights the assistant chief.
We already have that. 703 is the assistant
No,
chief.
in
and
our
704
wage
is
salary
officers.
document, Cheryl, we are going to have this documented.
Okay,
Without it,
so-
I will.
Well, I'm just telling you, the line items are already in there. They have been in there.
That is in the budget, and I said wage salary. So.
Yeah, it's on the wage salary schedule too.
No, it isn't. Show me training officer on the wage
Well,
salary schedule.
it's being added with our new budget because the chief proposed that Nick go back to getting the $4,000 a year stipend for the assistant chief duties, correct?
Yes.
That's what, we've already talked about that on March 5th when we did the fire fund. And we put in the $4,000 for the assistant chief and the training officer stipend is moving to 705. Not 705, 704, where officers get paid out.
And that one just won't get used.
Which one?
704.
So chief, it's your position that the interim fire chief absorbs the duties of the training officer and is not paid separately for that?
Right.
Until he distributes it to someone else.
Turns it back over to him. But that falls under his stuff.
So nobody's gonna be paid out of 704. Is that what I heard?
That would be correct.
Why do we have $4,000 in there then?
Because we didn't know Josh was gonna be intern fire chief.
That was paying your training officer. Correct? That was to pay the training officer. the $4,000.
Yes.
So in other words, the training officer, as far as the salary wage schedule, the training officer stipend needs to be added to that salary wage schedule because those duties are not always going to be done by the fire chief or the interim fire chief.
Yeah, and if somebody else is hired for fire chief, will most likely go back to training officer. You need that stipend.
Correct.
Which is the current $25, correct?
No,
No,
that's what firefighters are paid per hour when they attend training. The training officer has its own stipend.
And where is that listed on the current wage salary scale?
It's been added to it for the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay. I didn't have that. notation, And you can't make the changes
Yeah,
on
I
this
don't-
document, so
I
what
don't-
was it we decided on that training officer?
I think it was $4,000
That's the notes I have. It's $4,000
annually.
annually, and that would be a stipend, and it's to be paid out of 704.
Thank you. Okay.
Is there a lieutenant's pay scale on the,
Yes, $18 an hour.
so that's kind of that position. Instead of creating a new position that my idea was making the lieutenant's position, which is in our ordinance, and on the wage and pay scale, the training officer position.
So the
instead of
fire
adding-
lieutenant would become the training
Yeah.
officer.
So all that information was still in there versus creating another line item.
Makes sense.
So we won't create a new line item. But but we will add to fire lieutenant, training officer.
Apologize. Everything changed when 291 was requiring.
And that'll be paid out of 704. I'm sorry. I don't think I said 704.
You did.
You did. Did I?
And so currently the fire lieutenant is a wage by hour. And we had said the training was gonna be a $4,000 stipend. What is it going to be now that the fire or the training position is going to be incorporated into the lieutenant? Are we going by a stipend or are we going by our hourly?
Well, I would think it's chief's intent to do a stipend here.
Correct?
Yes.
Either that or
Okay.
we just add the training officer as a stipend. It's up to the board. So if we want to leave the lieutenant position the way it is and add another line item to this document, so be it.
Well, remember that in the 703 wages, you've got $46,000 in there, and that is for the assistant chief and this other heretofore not well described person who might be of assistance to the chief at the station. And I did notice when I was doing this that 706, and then we talked about not commingling the wages of the assistant chief and this other additional person, because then you would always have to manually go back and pull out the pay sheets to separate that out if you want to track it separately. And the 706 line item is available as another line item that we could add. We didn't come up with what the name of that would be. So that's something that needs to be defined.
Honestly, I think I'd recommend keeping it separate until we see how this is actually gonna work out. Future boards can combine them if they want. What does the fire lieutenant actually do? I don't have that in front of me. What is it there, if you assign somebody as the fire lieutenant, what would be their job?
So in the fire service as a whole, fire lieutenant would be in charge of like an engine company or a ladder company or a rescue company. They're the officer on that individual
Unit.
company. And a captain's level would also be that position on their shift, but be in charge of a station. And the battalion chief would be in charge of one shift, so there are typically 3 battalion chiefs, and then you have an operations chief and then a fire chief. So that's kind of the chain of command in a traditional fire service.
But we don't have traditional.
We don't. And we've never really used the lieutenant slot. Until training officer position came along. Because Nick was too busy at work and he couldn't fulfill the obligations to that position, so.
What I just heard is keep it separate, because you included it anyway in the fire lieutenant, but he wasn't doing it.
It
Right.
was, no, Nick had that obligation as assistant chief.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because you have to be certified through the state. I only have 2 people who are certified, Nick and Josh. And I would not recommend separating it because that's another command staff level. It's
Trading
not in the
something else.
ordinance and Um, Quite honestly, would be like another officer position,
I'm sorry, would not recommend separating what?
the training officer and the lieutenant's position.
Right, right.
I would keep that in mind.
Lieutenant slash training officer.
So if Nick left, maybe Josh moved up to assistant chief, and we hired somebody from outside to fulfill the fire chief's position, then the next person who's certified to be training officer would be promoted to the lieutenant's position. For the size of our department, it makes sense to keep that position combined.
Okay, withdraw my recommendation.
So are we back to dropping the training officer line item, adding it to fire lieutenant duties, and paying a 4K stipend from 704?
Believe we are, Ron.
Makes sense to me.
So under fire lieutenant, we'd put the 4K instead of the 2120 that's currently on the sheet that I have.
Yep. Yeah. Then to deal with Cheryl's question about the undocumented chief's assistants, what do you want to do about that?
Say that again.
Well, originally I had set aside, I believe, about $40,000 to get chief some additional help at the station. He's responding to every call. So I put it under line item 703 because we don't really have this post yet. Cheryl indicated that maybe 706 line item could be added. And that 40K moved to line item 706, so it could be tracked. That would leave approximately $6,000 in 703, which would be for the assistant chief.
I think we already made that. What was it?
I don't have a note that we're adding 706.
No, we didn't finalize that decision on March 5th.
I show a note that was certainly,
I was gonna check into it and see if that line item is available and not used in any other fund, and it is available.
that was the question. I think the consensus was we were in favor of that. The question was whether 706.
The assistant chief, 703, with the 6% increase is going to 4419. And then that left of the 46,000, that left $41,581 for another person, a new position to be created, but we left it in 703 as of that date. So the assistant chief line item 703 would go to 4419 if you created, if you created 706.
I'm just gonna put 4420 because I think it was 4419 and some heavy change.
14 yeah,
So for
Yeah.
budgeting purposes,
4420.
and then I recommend that the 706 just stay at 40 grand.
So we're adding 706, 40,000. And that would be for an assistant chief
No,
hiring.
nope.
That stays at what?
This is just a wage line item for a person of the fire department to come in and take over chief's shifts.
And eventually we'll probably call him an assistant chief. Would we not?
I don't think that's. the
I know we're not
plan, quite
labeling it
frankly.
today. And under, and maybe you can clarify this for me, under 704, officers' wages. Because we said we were going to add a $4,000 annual stipend for training officer underneath lieutenant. Is the lieutenants paid under officers here? Do we need to increase that from 4,000 to 8,000?
No, 704 is the lieutenant as an officer, is the only officer paid out of 704, because it's the only officer that we have.
And we're combining the training officer into that position per chief's request, recommendation. So that number is not going to change. Correct.
Correct.
I just want to make sure I'm following this
Yep.
correctly.
Correct.
Because on the wage scale, it's already sitting at something higher than 4,000.
To my knowledge, what was at fire lieutenant was $18 an hour.
I'm sorry, I seen assistant fire chief, which we said we don't have. I'm sorry. You're right. This flipping back and forth stuff is starting. It's getting confusing.
Yes, I apologize, that's my fault.
No, it's not your fault, it's our fault.
No. 'Cause I, several years ago, we started paying assistant chief and captain stipends. We got rid of the captain stipend because he wasn't doing the jobs that I requested. Just continue the assistant chief. And then we changed the assistant chief to training officer mid-budget year versus going back to creating a new position and reallocating stipend money. And now I'm trying to smooth it out, but it's still a rocky road, and I apologize.
I still think it's just me not being able to follow the back and forth here.
So officially, we have 3 officers: assistant chief, captain, lieutenant / training officer.
Say that again?
Officially, we have 3 officer positions: assistant chief, captain, lieutenant / training officer.
And are those filled positions?
Yep.
Okay, so currently we pay the fire captain nothing.
That's correct. He doesn't do any extra work, and he doesn't want to, and he doesn't want the stipend.
He just wants to be the captain.
Yes. and he-
Okay.
He shows up to help periodically.
So the assistant fire chief is at $44.20 a year. Fire captain 0, fire lieutenant, who does training officer duties, 4,000 a year. And we will not be adding a separate training officer line item to the salary wage schedule. That's what I have.
What we could do is we could do fire lieutenant / training officer, so everybody knows.
That's what it's gonna say on here. Yeah, I'm gonna do, I've already got that written on here.
Sorry, Ron, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what we're doing.
And back on fire budget, we're adding line item 706. Is that correct?
And the amount is 40,000,
40,000.
correct?
Yeah. that's
And
what I had.
so where on this sheet, wage salary, does that, what are we gonna call that position?
Did you have any suggestions?
We talked about personnel on March 5th. I don't know what,
Additional personnel or?
or just personnel. I know we created 709, which isn't funded anymore. We call that on call, but I'm not sure what to call that. Personnel. Generic term, catch all. That person won't technically be an assistant chief, it'll just be personnel
Support staff, fire department support staff.
staff.
Well, nobody's really, nobody has really taken advantage of the on-call wages, correct?
They did, but a handful of times they weren't responding. They like forgot they signed up.
So
Oh, yeah, that
couldn't we
can't-
convert that line item for the
We
40,000?
have too much, we do have a fair amount of wage posted to that line item, and we should not change the name of that line item, especially when we have 706, that we can simply add and keep it separate.
You saying 709, we have activity?
Not this fiscal year, but the prior one.
Showing zeros all the way across.
Well, maybe it was the one prior to that then. I might be losing track of the years, but we did, the year was instituted. There were some firefighters who took advantage of that and added to their income.
In 22-23 year, we had 21,000 allocated for that.
You said 21, 22.
Yeah, last year we did not fund that.
Right.
I'm just not seeing the value of adding another line item when we've got one that's not being used. Maybe it was used in the past, but it's not used now. We could just change the name on it.
But the counter to that is you're gonna have to eliminate then on-call from the wage and salary scale. If you're gonna leave that out there, then you're insinuating that it's a possibility. And then you're right back where you started. If somebody decides they want to take advantage of that because it's on the scale, now you have 709.
I see your point.
I am not a fan of renaming a chart of account
The
line.
cleanest thing is do.
I'm not either.
706.
It gets confusing for people who want to go back and look at history.
Yes.
Well, then just create a line and put it in.
706.
Yeah, the question is, what's it gonna be called?
And specifically, this idea came to be a support person, so chief didn't have to respond. So I think the word responder needs to be in its title. Maybe call it a respite responder. Who knows if our next chief is going to respond to as many phone calls or tones as Chief Flynn did?
Yeah, we have no idea.
We don't know that.
They might not live here.
So.
I mean, respite responder is exactly that's an accurate description.
Maybe there's a better term for respite, right? And I guess I don't see why it couldn't be just under firefighter response time. I don't, because that's really what it is.
Because that line item is a $25 per hour pay. So then you're gonna. I'm sorry, you said you wanted under, or thinking of putting it under 707 run wages?
And I think we have that listed on our wage salary as firefighter response time. Because it's gonna be a firefighter. They're gonna respond.
Well, you can add it under there, just as long as you understand that we aren't gonna be able to separate out just that one position. How much we've spent on just that one position when you put it in with the other.
I think that was the reason for the 706.
What is the importance of
I,
tracking response times or
I,
response wages?
okay, but that's on calls, normal calls. I think
This would
your
be-
intent, I think your intent of the 40,000 was to see if, how much usage is being done or accumulated for that position. Do we need to make it a permanent thing or not? Do we need to hire a permanent position for that or not? If you include it in the run wages, which is all calls when the tones go out, then you're not seeing a true picture of it.
So would this post be at the station when chief is not? Is that the criteria we're talking about?
We don't have a job description yet, so we don't know. What I heard the chief say is that the weakest point in the response time is from 9 AM to 5 PM. Is that 7 days a week or 5?
Just 5 days.
5 days a week,
Right.
Monday through Friday, when all of these other people who have full-time jobs elsewhere and they can't leave their jobs, that's when you need this person.
Right.
That's when this person has to be available. So it's not going to be a current firefighter. It's gonna have to be somebody who is available during that time. And if they're going to have to be available during that time, they're gonna want to be paid. Of course, we put 40,000 in there. So they'd be paid. And that's why I don't think it should be under the run wages either. Because then they're not that type of responder. They're not coming from their home or what, well, I guess maybe they are, but it sounds to me more like the chief was envisioning that this person would be at the station.
Okay, so if that is the answer to that question, then let's call them resident responder. Thinking they're in resident responder, thinking that they will be in the fire station.
Thinking
In
of,
station
uh,
responder?
There you go, in station responder. I like that.
I like that better than resident, because that could be.
Sure, yeah, no, I get it.
so if we put
Or
an ad
at
in the
station?
paper to look for somebody for this position, what is it we're gonna call it? In resident responder? In station
In-station
responder?
responder.
I mean, because eventually that's where,
Firefighter. How
that's
about
the
just
direction
firefighter?
we're heading, right?
At station
We're gonna make a job
firefighter?
description, we're gonna put it out. What are we gonna call it?
Too complicated.
At station firefighter?
No, they're called full-time firefighters.
That's pretty simple.
Full-time firefighter?
But right now, we have part-paid firefighters, that's all we have. We have a full-time fire chief. Some departments have not part-paid, some departments are completely volunteer where they don't get paid. And yeah, some departments have firefighters that just work occasional shifts, but they're at the station, they'll maybe work 2 days a week. Those are part-time firefighters. Versus part-paid.
You think we're gonna find a full-time firefighter for 40 grand a year?
$40,000 divided by 2,080, which typical work year is $19.23.
Plus, if
So-
they're full-time, it's benefits.
What's
No,
that?
feds.
If it's
Well, if they're
full-time, they got-
full-time, yeah, they get the pension.
but, you know, MMR is like right around there for their new EMTs.
Yeah,
So we're not thinking that this person would be there. Maybe we are thinking that the person's gonna be there full time. Is that what the board is contemplating? They're gonna be there Monday through Friday.
I think the conversation took a turn that way. I don't think that was originally where we started.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out where the board is at.
well, if you want someone
Yes or no
there
question.
so the chief doesn't have to respond, then they have to be there.
The whole conversation started with support for the chief because it's too much for one person to take on. They get burned out.
And my thought that chief would not show up on these days that this fill-in person would be there. So we're not changing the staff level of the station. We're just merely allowing chief a day off. That was my original intent, hence the $40,000, which would not cover a full-time fireman.
And let me ask Brandon. So this other person would be there to respond. They wouldn't be doing the fire chief's administrative duties. Right? Because
I.
or would they be
I mean, that would be-
washing trucks and, doing things out in the apparatus room?
Yeah, I mean, that would be hiring 2 part-time fire chiefs. And I
Yeah.
don't think that would be.
But that does then circle back around. Do we call this the assistant chief?
Assistant chief.
Why can't we just call it part-time firefighter?
Well, but it'd be full-time because it'd be 40 hours a week.
Well, Ron says that was not his intention.
But if that's the way the board goes, then we just need to adjust the dollar amount. That's all.
I think we've all come to the conclusion that you can't just have the fire chief be the full-time employee.
I'm
Because-
there.
It's taken us,
And I'd be full support to have a full-time person in the station with chief. I'd be supportive of that. And so if you wanted to create a line item called full-time firefighter, then I would support that idea. We are gonna have to change the dollar amounts. And I think that we should at least look in the $25, $26 an hour range. Consistent with our,
Chief, if I can ask you again, just trying to figure this out. So we've identified that the problem is there needs to be someone else who's able to respond either with the chief or in the chief's absence between 9 and 5, Monday through Friday. Where will that person? So they need to be there. I mean, usually it's better for 2 people to respond, I think.
Yes.
So it sounds like your recommendation would be that that person would be there, whether the chief's there or not, because the chief has meetings to go to and things like that. So it would be a full-time position. Where would they work over there?
Well, there is another desk in our room there that we have,
Yeah,
so I guess right there.
is that where Nick usually
Yeah,
works?
that's the assistant chief's.
Or are we really talking about making the assistant chief a full-time position? And
I'm
having-
not sure.
well, no, I know Nick can't do it.
Yeah.
Right. And I wasn't suggesting that Nick would go away. I was suggesting that Nick would have a different role. Because it sounds to me like we're really kind of creating I'm creating a full-time assistant chief position. Or do you not see?
No, I don't see that.
You don't see that, okay. All right, so this
Sounds like just a
person,
firefighter.
yeah. Okay,
I would think the chief could assign duties to this full-time firefighter as she saw fit.
Original discussions many years ago that Ron and I talked about was hiring somebody that would be able to do like facilities maintenance stuff around the township, but also be trained as a firefighter to go on calls during the day. So if that's kind of the background, and I'm not sure Don and Heidi. were
No, we
around
was
during
there.
that, but
That's
that's
probably
kind
in
of
the
the
audience,
background
so-
of this position. And it never really came through. I think, I asked around some of the guys if they would be interested in working for the township in a full-time capacity to do maintenance and stuff like that. Out at the park in this building or whatever, and then also be available for calls. So that didn't really work out with the staffing that we had. So that's kind of where, we're coming around full circle here to just creating maybe a full-time firefighter position. Basically what it boils down to.
and you feel that full-time firefighter position, that person could be, I mean, obviously, we have a lot of days, there's no calls.
Yep.
So you feel that person could be given duties so that they're not just sitting around for 40 hours. They could be given duties by the chief? Go wash that truck again or something, or I don't know.
Well, there's a
Maybe.
lot of things to do around the station that, that I don't really have time to. I try to sneak in, like on Fridays, I'll come in and do inventory stuff and just little stuff like that, but. And
Right.
of course, there's occasional call that comes in, like yesterday, there were 3 calls.
Yeah,
And, so I kind of interrupted the day a little bit, but. We're kind of, like I said before, we're teetering, Whitewater Township is teetering on that, do we go full time? Do we do like what Paradise has set up? They just have 2 firefighters and a medical unit. And they respond to all the calls, so, I mean,
they don't have a chief.
yeah, Phil Parker over at Blair, he kind of runs that department.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I knew
So
that.
they do
Yeah.
have plant staff, level officers, but, if we hired, and I'm not sure how the one person thing is gonna work out, I've kind of been beating that up for a long time. Ideally, we're like one of the only townships besides Fife Lake in Grand Traverse County that aren't dispatched to medical calls. I go to them because I'm a paramedic and I go to the party ones to help out.
Yeah.
But, our ambulance is going on 250, 260 calls a year in this township, so. Ideally, what this township or township board, or maybe the next board needs to start discussions is, especially since our ambulance is in Acme, we need to hire like a 2-man crew to go on medicals. That would
Like a
increase-
satellite.
That would increase our call volume to 360, 370, probably close to 400 by going on all the calls. And, that gives us the tiered response system, like which Acme has. It's kind of nice when the ambulance is over here, they have Metro guys that are EMTs go to the calls first, stabilize the patient, MMR shows up to transport. That would be a perfect scenario for Whitewater Township, especially during the day when our ambulance is clear across town in Equity. Our guys go to all the calls, you know, we wouldn't be sitting around doing inventory all day, we would be,
You'd actually be on the street.
we would be going on calls, you know, close to 400 calls a year. But that's a whole different discussion that, and of course, there's a rather large financial obligation to that too, so.
Yeah,
And it wouldn't necessarily be back into the transport business, which did not work out for this township. And that was a staffing issue, if I heard correctly, so. There are several different ways to go about it. Getting this part-time firefighter, if that's what we're gonna call it, is a good start, but I'm not quite sure how I would tackle that position. You just don't know when the calls are coming. You really don't.
No.
Like yesterday, we had a dry spell there, but yesterday we had 3 calls. And
Oh,
maybe that's a
accidents
day
or-
that the part-time firefighter is not working and the chief's stuck with the calls anyway, so. It's just, there's a lot of dynamics to it.
well, every department deals with that.
Yes.
So,
Department
But I
has-
kind of like the idea that the two that you're getting a better response
You
time
definitely
for your
have better
re-
response time.
yeah,
So
for your
let's-
residents.
Let's take a look at that just real quick, okay? So round numbers, if we were gonna hire 2 full-time people, 8 to 5, 9 to 5. Monday through Friday. That's about $120,000 annually. And so at our current millage rate, to generate $120,000. We would be looking at between 0.4 and 0.5 mils.
But honestly, I've said it before, we need to walk before we run. 706, in my opinion, should be labeled as part-time firefighter. And we hire somebody to do it part-time. And we start there. And then let the fire department tell us how it's working. Before we move into a full-time position.
Okay, so we'll add 706, and then what are we gonna add 40 grand? And then what are we gonna call it on the wage?
Part-time firefighter.
Okay, so we're gonna add part-time firefighter. What are we gonna pay him?
Well, we
40,000.
we budgeted the 40,000, but I think I mean, we have to come up with the job description for it. And whether you're gonna pay them hourly out of that, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's an hourly spot. Yep.
Usually is.
Could put a range on the salary schedule. Instead of choosing an hourly rate right now.
So if we were looking at,
You're good.
um,
Do you need to see Bob?
yeah, $25 an hour. That's 51,000.
But that's 40 hours a week.
Yeah. So our 40 is light. Our 25 is light. I think we need to be between 27 and 28
But
to
we're-
attract the person.
At least.
Okay, but we are not talking 40 hours because we're saying a part-time. We're not saying full-time. So if we do 30 hours a week, what does that look like?
Okay.
Because
That's roughly 2,750 times 30 hours a week comes out to be like 41,250.
you said 27.
2,750 at 30 hours per week comes out to be just a little over 40,000.
So I say 2750 and move 706 to 42,000.
Should cover it.
42,000?
Mhm.
Chief, do you think we need safety officer on our salary wage schedule? Is that something that's ever
No.
gonna be had here?
That's typically not a standalone position in the fire service.
Isn't it?
It's somebody that's appointed like on the fire scene. On that duplex fire at Metro.
Appointed on scene.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, Nick showed up and the incident commander appointed him safety officer. So
I see.
that's typically not a funded or even a recognized
Nope,
actual position.
but you still need.
Well,
one.
because we've got it on here at $17.50 an hour at the old rate and $21.20 an hour, but we don't have anything at those rates anymore. And if that's not a standalone position, we don't need it on our salary wage schedule.
That's correct. Apologize for creating so much work for the township.
You haven't. This is needed to be done.
Right, no, we. And then you're leaving on top of it. No, we wish you well.
Are we done with that item?
I am.
I don't have anything else to add.
Katie?
I don't have anything else.
Sheriff?
Nope.
Okay. And Bob's got people in his office, so we just continue on with our budgeting?
Might as well.
We
Don't know
need
how
chief
long
for
he's gonna be.
anything?
So looking at,
Just, before we get started, I handed out the information that came in last night from Brittany at GSNA. I realize that there's a lot of stuff there. I apologize, but I wanted to get it to you. as
what's the
quick as-
dollar amount?
I don't know. If you're just talking the tax area, just upgrade the products, it's about 10,000. If you're just talking about tax, it's $3,250. And then there's a $5,000 conversion. That's what I'm seeing.
I'm saying 15,270 dollar.
Can we get the
That's
clerk's
if-
office
That's
on
if
this
we did
module then?
all, the assessing, tax, special assessment, delinquent. And the
Right.
question I had for them is, let's say I only want to do tax. Will the .NET speak with the cloud? And they said yes.
Yeah, there's some concern about that, though.
That's what they said.
Yeah, there's some concern about that townships that have made the move, it wasn't just a flip of a switch. And
Not at all.
we've come to learn that nothing is just a flip of a switch when we're moving.
I've been from one
Posting.
switch. I moved into .NET after I got here. We did not have .NET when I first got here. So I've made the conversion once. with
Carl,
them.
they're over there in the corner.
Yeah, I'm gonna recall that 15 because the all in, this is like a menu of stuff.
Yep.
Because then you get to the last page and it's a $56,290 plus $5,000 travel expenses.
Well, that's when,
But that's-
there's two different proposals.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I did number two. See,
Oh.
her memo up front talks about the whole thing. Number one would be just the tax assessing, delinquent and special
Okay.
assessment. Number two is everything.
Okay, that my
And yeah,
mistake.
that bottom line you're looking at is if we were to convert everything, including fund balance and all the history and fund balance, all the training, all the setup,
Let's budget for it.
yeah,
Let's do it. Every clerk / treasurer I've spoken to that has made the switch to BSNA, excuse me. They were wishing they had done it several years prior.
well, I can tell you after the conversation I had with two people yesterday, from BSNA and answering all my questions. The amount of work that the treasurer's office does and the clerk's office redoes and vice versa, to be able to compare two accounting programs, much of it gets eliminated because it's done once.
Yep.
It flows through.
So there's a payback there. Yep, and I'm all in to put 60K in a line item somewhere to make this switch. I'm all in to do that. Because my research, like I say, indicates that it is the right thing to do.
Where is the one for the clerk's office? Bill, I'm not seeing what page that, oh, okay, right here.
I am like you guys. I got this last night. I don't,
Yeah, I haven't had 1 second to look at this, so,
no, I get that, Cheryl. What it was supposed to be is to be able to get the numbers. There was all, and I will forward this email to all of you. There was a third, as you can see on here, board presentation, PDF information. I did not print that because that was like 30 some pages.
Yeah.
So did you give us a link?
No, I'm
Purpose of
gonna
this
forward
discussion.
this email to all board members.
Okay,
So that you will have this third one on your.
Okay.
laptop.
where you guys did not print?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
For the purpose of this discussion, if we set the money aside, it is not a mandate to spend it. on
Right,
this,
it just
right?
means that you've budgeted it for when you make a decision.
And we've made leaps and bounds strides with the fire department here this year. I argue that if we'd made them a year ago or 2 years ago, we'd be in a much different spot, a much better spot than we are now.
It's possible we wouldn't be looking for a new chief.
Okay, I wasn't gonna go that far, but
I
you
will.
understood what I was saying. And so I think this is a decision of that caliber.
I concur. Oh,
I was asked to deliver you a cup of coffee.
thank you. I left my copy back there. And one thing that I don't know if it's listed on here, because I've not been able to read all of this yet, is I did ask them about what is the annual amount that we currently pay for like .NET for service from them, and it's comparable.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that has not shot up or anything. So let's say that we budget for it and the treasurer's department decides, I just want to go for it, I want to get it done. Then what it's gonna cost for me, it looks like about 15,000 if I did all of them. So even if the clerk's office chooses not to upgrade right at the same time I do, it's broke out separately.
Sure.
This is gonna be, this amount is gonna be light because she figured it on 50 W-2s and we have more than that.
Well, see, I didn't know, Cheryl, I told her to call you.
She did call me, but I didn't have time to get back with her. I didn't even hear her message until very late in the day.
Okay,
And how many W-2s do you think we have?
goes by
Well,
employees.
It
Really?
depends on the year. So I think
if you
this year
take-
we might have had 58.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
close.
Other
We-
years, we've had 60 some. It
Yeah.
just depends. We had, one of the things that we were down on W-2s this year is that we didn't have any elections in 2023.
Right, but you could
So we
have,
were down 10 or 12 W-2s.
right, so. I'm not sure how much higher it would be.
Let's put a $70,000 number in there. 60 on this paper, 10 grand for any W-2 overages. And I'm sure
Incidental.
there's gonna be a computer in there, but maybe the web program doesn't require you to have your, I wanna say server. I'm not sure that it requires a server.
I believe it
Okay,
does not.
also, we won't be doing accounts
says
receivable and
cloud-based.
fixed assets, so you can take that off there. We're not gonna get those modules. We're not gonna operate those. We're just gonna do. And this doesn't even show payroll. Where's payroll in here? Oh, payroll's down here. Okay. We would be switching general ledger, accounts payable and payroll. That's it.
I thought you just said you weren't gonna do accounts payable.
No, she
No.
said receivable,
I said accounts receivable.
because we don't collect,
Right, right.
but you would need the cash receiving,
Well, cash
Accounts
receiving,
payable,
general ledger,
and
accounts
payroll.
payable and payroll.
So
Yeah.
with accounts receivable and fixed asset removed, it doesn't just remove for the actual software, it's gonna also remove installation. It'll reduce that amount all the way down the line for those two modules that would not be included.
How does 70,000 sound?
That's a lot of money for this little township.
But it would,
You have to
Begin to-
upgrade everything, though. You can't just stay in the,
I mean,
Our
fund
fee.
balance has a cash receiving program, but they tell you that if you have less than 100 receipts a month, it's not worth it to do cash receiving.
You know, by budgeting for it, and I wouldn't say 70, maybe 60, and then getting some presentations on it, what it can do, how it is different, that kind of thing, it'd give you a better idea. If you'd want the cash, how integrated is it in
Oh,
this
well, if
program?
we're gonna do it,
I
We-
think capital expenditures.
it's my understanding, Della, that I believe, I don't know if you need cash receipting. I'd have to talk to this Brittany about it, because isn't it that in the general ledger in BSNA, I would be able to import your cash receipts. So I don't know if I need cash receipting.
Cheryl, 3 years ago, I went to the county and I got a training session. I wouldn't even call it that. It's a presentation.
Yeah.
Basically for all of us treasurers and assessors that were there.
Yeah.
I do not recall that level of detail. I
Yeah,
don't.
right. Yeah, no, I need to talk to her about that, because I don't, if we don't need that, because like I say, there is an import from BSA function in there already, I believe, in the general ledger, but of course we don't, we are, somehow I don't think we can do it.
Are you talking about fund balance and BSNA talking? An
Yeah.
import?
Yeah,
Yeah, I've never heard of it. I didn't know that that was an option.
I think it is in there. I'm not sure. I don't remember now.
I
to
don't
tell you the
use
truth,
cash
but-
receipting
But
in
you do-
BSNA. I don't use their accounting program in BSNA. I use
Okay,
tax.
see,
and
see,
assessing.
that's the only thing that's gonna save us time, is if we get a program.
It'll save me
No.
time too, because when you write
No,
checks
let me
from there.
finish. In accounts payable and payroll, all the journal entries are created automatically in the program. They just have to be appended and posted to the general ledger. For all of the yellow receipts we get from your office, those have to be manually entered. You're not gonna save us any time.
You're gonna save me time, because every
That-
check you
you're
write,
not
I have
gonna
to enter
save-
in, hang on, I have to enter manually into our accounting system. I would no longer have to do that, because it's one and done.
And what I'm saying is, the only way you're gonna save us time is
So-
if we can just
I make
import.
a motion
your
that we move line
receipts.
item 970 to 145 and move on.
I'll
This is-
Do you
second
see what I
that.
This is a
understand? Do you see
pop
what I'm
Hang on,
roll
saying?
call
hang on,
and
hang
ready.
on, hang on.
Roll call. and ready.
Hang on a second, I need to get to where you're at so I can make my notations.
Yeah, and
okay?
I didn't hear the motion because you interrupted our discussion.
And I don't have a problem moving on. But what was the motion, Ron?
Motion is to take line item 970 of the general fund to $145,000. 60 to be set aside for this program, whatever you want to call it.
What is this program? Because that means nothing to somebody reading the minutes.
Upgrade BS and A program.
And so I was thinking.
What
this-
is the 85,000 for then?
I was thinking somewhere in there, Ardella, that you should have web in there. And that's the reason why I didn't label it, because you currently have BSNA, but we would think of going to the cloud, right?
BSNA cloud upgrade.
Uh-huh. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's very descriptive.
that would be my motion then.
Okay, so what's the other 85,000 for?
I don't know. We discussed that a couple days ago.
To 145. Oh, okay, so you're adding, the 60 is upgrade to BSNA cloud.
Yep.
For what departments?
General.
Or what, for your modules, Della, or is that for all the modules? Because I haven't had time to read this quote
Is
yet.
it a capital
So-
expenditure though? Or do you have to put it by department?
Really
Sure.
software.
We could. I would think that this is a capital expense, whether or not it's software, I understand that. But my introduction to accounting is that when you have a significant expense like this, it has to be capitalized.
I think so. It's a tool and a product.
Well, my capital expense rules are anything over $2,500. That can be business specific, right? Don, what's your read on capital expenses within, non-governmental business? Did you have a capital expense policy?
Yeah, it was typically anything over 5,000. We looked to the IRS for a lot of those, so
Right,
you didn't.
Right,
But we just typically, we just took $5,000 and basically something could be 10,000, but if it fulfilled an immediate need that was a one-time type of thing, or in this case, if it was software that was going to be something that propagated over time, then it would be capitalized. So businesses tend to try to take more expense,
right.
but IRS frowns on that.
Yes,
So,
yes.
Yeah.
this thing's in the neighborhood. It's well over 5 and certainly be capital without question. So
That's my read. And I'm not saying that government is the same as for-profit corporations, but general accounting practices got to be very similar, I would think.
yeah, that's a common sense approach.
We'll call when ready.
No one has seconded the motion.
I did.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, no. Valmuth,
Yes.
All right. Looks like Bob's got a couple of minutes here. Bob, you want to make your way to the podium? Sure. Who wants to begin?
I'll jump forward again. Nobody vocal. Morning, Bob.
Good morning, everyone.
So, obviously there's working firsthand knowledge because you've been around, but there's still some other questions that I would certainly like to ask as a kind of future type of planning. Your resume that you provided listed a number of other municipalities besides Whitewater Township who provide services to. Sable Township, Village Empire, Rapid River Township, and the Wexford Joint Planning Commission. I'm curious, being involved in that many groups, which of those municipalities would you consider yourself to have had the most success at in that community, and why?
Well, I would say it's a tie between the Wexford Joint Planning Commission and one of my earlier communities, the city of White Cloud. Beginning with the city of White Cloud, I think my success came because in 2007 is when I completed the Michigan Citizen Planner Program, and part of becoming a master citizen planner was to complete a capstone project. And my capstone project actually involved educating a city council and a planning commission with everything that I had learned, because also at that same time, or just previous to that time, was the consolidation of all of the various zoning acts into one zoning act. And the biggest success I had was communicating the importance and the relevance of that in planning and zoning period between the intergovernmental bodies, being the Planning Commission, the Village Council, the ZBA, your Construction Board of Appeals, and how that is intent and purposeful on the separation of powers, but how you all work together.
Okay. So along those same lines, the question of the different municipalities, what has been a best practice that you've observed in those other municipalities that maybe you've brought forward here to Whitewater and you've implemented here in Whitewater as the ZA?
Best practices that I think I have implemented was with the Wexford Joint Planning Commission, and it's kind of multifaceted because the Joint Planning Commission in Wexford County is the largest joint planning commission in the state of Michigan, originally consisting of 11 townships, now consisting of 10 townships, with an overall population of about 24,000 residents that we serve. The best practice that I implemented was communication, because for that township, or for that joint planning commission, we have a fiduciary township, which simply pays our bills. But I act as the clerk, I act as the treasurer, I act as not a recording secretary, but all of the administrative handling that I do. It's still important that it be 110% transparent and communicated. So one of the best practices was actually developing a website where we shared all of that information, not only with the decision makers in the 10 participating townships that are involved, but also with the general public. If you visit our website, with the exception of land use permits, everything is there. All of our bills, all of our accounting, all of our minutes, all of our agendas, all of our packets, all of our staff reports, in not such a pretty order, but where it can be accessed. So the best practice is transparency that allows everyone to remain accountable to each other.
Okay. And then I asked this question earlier, but modifying it here. In your opinion, what are the biggest challenges in general that zoning administrators face today?
One of the biggest challenges, and I think that's multifaceted too. We face many challenges, and I like to equate ourselves to assessors almost, where assessors are required by the state of Michigan to pass certain standards to be certified at different levels. And that's probably important because they're implementing tax codes. And I'm sure you've seen the tax manuals. They're not thin books. They're rather voluminous. And it's often been stated that zoning administrators aren't required to be certified, and there is no state certification program, but yet we are exposed, or we expose a municipality to the most risk of management. We're required to know the state laws and keep abreast of new laws. And regardless of what may be in a zoning ordinance, there may have been recent laws or Court of Appeals cases which have statewide implications that we have to be aware of. And again, one of the biggest challenges is appearing before a planning commission and saying, I know what your ordinance says. However, there was a case last year in the Michigan Court of Appeals that says we have to do this. And that's tough because we're inherently trained to say, well, our ordinance says this. And just keeping abreast and keeping everyone updated is the biggest challenge.
Okay. And getting more specific, what do you see as the biggest challenge in your current role today as a zoning administrator for Whitewater Township? What's the biggest role that you face?
Dealing with board members on the Whitewater Township Board, specifically the supervisor that interferes and intervenes in my ability to do my job and administer your ordinance.
As the current ZA, what recommendations, if any, would you like to see implemented regarding communication with township officials, property owners, developers, and such regarding zoning matters?
Oh my gosh, I could go on and on about that. I was just before I came out here, I was reading the draft master plan. And there are so many cool ideas in there and the policies that other communities do. And again, this is down the road. As Whitewater Township tends to grow, different communities put together development manuals that help a zoning administrator communicate with the general public and especially developers. And that was specifically mentioned in the master plan. It would be a great idea. But more than that, I never stop learning. I seek out education. I do not confuse information with knowledge. Because I read something, I don't automatically consider that training. I think training is key. And I don't mean just for a planning commission or a ZBA or a township board, but everybody. And it's the reason I try to continuously attend. Well, next month you have MTA coming right here to town. I don't know why any board member, or well, I know there are reasons. I've missed 3 of them in the last 23 years, 2 of them during COVID. But you can't overlook training and the intergovernmental communication that's required between your boards and commissions, and understand the importance of trust and integrity, and realizing, you know, you do have separate issues to work on, and knowing when to stay in your lane and when to get out of your lane and provide supervision. And again, I think it all comes back to training and knowing what to do.
Let's go back to the top. One of the first questions I asked, the other municipalities you're currently involved in that you list on your resume, Sable Township, Village Empire, Rapid River, Wexford Joint Planning Commission. How do you envision, how do you continue to serve those communities on top of our township, given a revised job description that requires the working of 24 hours per week and providing at least 8 hours per week of office field hours? How does that get managed with those other responsibilities?
It's time management. You know, a lot of people think I clock out here and I go home. For the last 3.5, if not 4 years, I've had every call into the zoning office forwarded to my cell phone, so I can be responsive, because not everybody has an 8 to 5 job. You know, some people get off work at 5 o'clock and they need to make that 6 or 7 o'clock call, or that 7 o'clock in the morning call, thinking, well, I'm going to call and just leave a message for them, and they're surprised when I answer the phone. But going back to the first part of that question, many communities don't require the same level of time management to perform what they need. Sable Township's an example of a recent township that I picked up this past September. They might issue, based upon my history and their master plan, 15 permits a year. I'm pretty much on call. I work over in that area occasionally, and I visit that township once every other week for a couple hours to chat and keep them up to date. The Village of Empire is another example of, you know, geographically a very small community. They again might have 10 or 15 permits a year. They're more into special events with the Asparagus Festival and so on. Again, they're not all that time consuming and labor intensive as other communities are.
But do you still have a partner? I'm sorry, this is your turn.
Just have maybe 2 more questions and I'll turn it right over to you. Your resume makes mention of experience in both code compliance and /enforcement. How would you describe your level of assertiveness in resolving those types of matters?
It depends on the community I'm in because each community has a very different perspective on how they want it handled. And let me give a specific example. This is the only community that I serve in where I have an ordinance that I'm expected to enforce, but I'm not the enforcer. And again, time management is a big thing too. You try to bend over backwards because I'm not a big negative connotation person. I don't enforce, I strive towards compliance, and communication with people is an important aspect of that. And prioritization, sometimes it's not the people that yell the loudest that deserve the most attention. It's the activities or the land uses that have the most negative impact on the community as a whole that need the attention.
Last question from me. If selected to continue in the role of the zoning administrator for this township, what do you hope to achieve in the next term that you haven't been able to achieve currently, and why?
That's a tough one. I would say the biggest thing to achieve is the unity between the township board as elected officials, the planning commission, the zoning board of appeals, and the zoning administrator included, and realizing that we're not here to fight against each other. We're here for a common goal. And in my initial interview with this township, I told you I always considered myself an extension of you, a face of the community, even as a contractor, even in communities where I'm employed as part-time. I still consider my biggest job is being the face of the township and representing the values of the township.
Okay, thank you. Now turn it over to my colleagues.
Do you still have somebody working with you? What's his name, Chris?
Oh, I have a partner down at the Wexford Joint Planning Commission.
So Wexford Joint Planning Commission is not all on your shoulders.
No, I have a partner down there.
So. And you said Whitewater Township is your only township where by ordinance you are the what? But you're not.
I'm the expected to enforce the ordinance, but I'm not the enforcer. And let me clarify. I don't go in any other community to the legislative body to determine whether a citation needs to be issued. And again, I've issued very few citations in 23 years. I can probably count them on two hands because the object is not to write citations. The object is to gain compliance.
Right.
And what I have found, again, is when you have legislative bodies that determine that, they're usually relying on secondhand information to the best of their ability, something that I would provide to them. Because I did have one community that used to do that. They were recommended not to do that. Is you, instead of ending up with consistent enforcement, you end up with very, very selective enforcement. And that's not good for the community.
That's all I have.
Who's next?
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any either.
I have none. Any questions for us, Bob?
Just one, or might not be a question, just an observation. I think I should take the time to state this. I have really, really enjoyed being in Whitewater Township. The caliber of people overall, whether it's the developers, your property owners, your constituents, even the people that call me that are not so happy sometimes are a great group of people that I really enjoy working with. And I just want to remind the township board that sometimes I overdo and have higher expectations of myself than I probably should have. In response to the township board at their September meeting of last year, I made available a contract that the township board has basically sat on for 5 months. Typically, I expected some communication back and forth to say, hey, what can we do together to make this work? I do know that recently, Ron, you came in, I think it was last Thursday, and I have him here. And the township board has reached out and asked me to continue on for another 2 months during this process until you can determine what direction you want to go. I have to ask the township board, where in the heck have you been for the last 5 months? I've been in that office back there, willing to serve you to the best of my ability and communicate with you. I understand again that Whitewater Township, and I know, I think it was early on, it was probably not the proper way to state it, but Whitewater Township, and this kind of goes back to what you were asking, Don, Whitewater Township with their level of activity, and I'll use the same word, is a very needy community. They're very time consuming. The average, and these aren't exact numbers, but the average activity to issue a land use permit compared to most other communities I've worked in probably exceeds the other communities by 50 to 75%. I would enjoy working with Whitewater Township to update their application process. One of the things that I really like about ordinances is they're specific and guided, and they're that way for a purpose. And I like to develop my applications that solicit the required information to help me make a decision. Our applications are very void of that. I don't want to say void of that. We have an application that requests one thing. We have an application packet, but I think we can do a better job of conveying sometimes through pictures of what we expect to be presented. And again, I'll be the first one to, I've looked at my own work and said, oh my gosh, why did I ever do it that way? I could have made it easier by doing this. And because zoning ordinance is an ever evolving document, I think you need to change your applications and your communication process as well to keep up with the times. I mean, it's like an employer-employee relationship. If you don't clarify what's expected, how do you expect that person to perform? And I look at, clients the same way. If the application doesn't clearly solicit the information, well, I'm probably going to have to go back maybe multiple times to get the information I need in order to make a valid decision. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to appear for you today. And if you have any other questions that come up, I'm going to be right back there.
Right, thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
So looking at our agenda, can we take a look at the item we added? That's it on the agenda, unless it was under budget work session. But we had looked at potentially adding the purchase of a restroom trailer to this agenda. The one I uploaded does not have
Sorry,
that
I am
particular.
ready.
It's fine. I just thought that was being
It's fine.
attacked.
Campground needs memo or business item on it.
On the special meeting notice.
Yeah, it is. So can we add that to the agenda?
It's already on the agenda.
I thought it was underneath
So
park.
did I thought it was under park and campground needs.
Well, I
It's
just,
under campground needs. That's exactly what I was asked to renotice the,
So it's on there.
so it's
So-
on there.
the agenda I just downloaded from the website does not have that term on it.
Yes, it does. It's in red.
That's the notice.
Well, it's because you didn't put it on there.
Yeah, I'm
But
saying
we-
it's a mistake.
And also Alicia Wrighton, I don't have any zoning administrator application for her. We had a Westmoreland, what happened to her? Victoria Westmoreland,
Yeah, she has absolutely no zoning administration experience. None.
well, I know
So
that you
nobody-
sent us her resume,
No, no,
but I don't have the one for this other person that's gonna be
nobody has
interviewed.
Alicia's?
I have Alicia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let me see when I try to see if I.
Where,
I have
when,
I'm-
Victoria
I'm
Westmoreland.
looking here to see where.
I don't, only had 4. Who is it we're gonna see?
I'm looking at an email Thursday, March 14th at 1:38 that had 5 attached files to it.
okay. March 14th, at what time, Don?
At 1:38, it shows,
From Ron,
yes.
and you're saying her,
I'm saying there were 5 attachments: Westmoreland, Deeren, Graber, Hall, and Retton.
okay,
So
we'll pull that out before 4 o'clock.
March 14th.
March 14th, yes, at 1:38 PM. And that had all the other resumes on it. Because they didn't come out separately that I know of.
Okay,
Well, I printed the whole thing. You mean it was in one file?
No, well, I'm showing them as 5 separate PDFs, but there is a notation that you could download all attachments as a zip file.
You want me to
I
just
know I
resend
didn't,
you
I
the
did not do
email?
that. I opened each one up separately.
Yeah, I guess I missed that. one.
yeah, I missed this one too.
So do you want
I
me-
didn't print them all at once. I printed them individually. That's where I went wrong.
Okay, yeah,
So. I
so you do
guess-
have it. Okay.
So back to the agenda, can we move to new business number 4, campground needs?
Good by me.
Because this did come out so late and I'm actually still receiving information on this particular item. I think I forwarded you some images or links to images this morning just before 8.
Let me get back to.
Let me know when you're there, Ardella.
I have the printed stuff you sent us. Let me put this over here.
This morning,
Correct. And I have your memo up, so I'm
I'm gonna make a motion authorizing the supervisor to sign the national.
Hold on, I'm not in that screen.
Gonna make a
Motion by
motion
Pop to-
authorizing the supervisor to sign the national restroom trailer purchase agreement 2024.3.19.
National Restroom Trailer Purchase
dated
Agreement.
3/19/2024 in the amount of $67,986.
So far, I have motion to authorize the supervisor to sign National Restroom Trailer Purchase Agreement. And that's
It's in the
it.
packet. Verbatim. in the
What packet? Today's packet?
Yep.
When did you put this out? This wasn't on the
I got it out
website when I went home.
a few minutes after 5.
Dated 2024.3.19.2. What kind of date is that? Oh, I'm sorry, that's the purchase agreement number.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I haven't even had time to look at this. So. I'm looking at purchase agreement 2024.3.19.2. And I don't see, well, okay, now I do. Yep. Well, my only comment is it's pretty sad that something that looks like it belongs in an industrial park is being considered to be put on the waterfront in Whitewater Township.
So this is the one that you're talking about purchasing.
Yeah.
Is this a permanent installation? Or is it gonna get moved around?
Would at the end of
Do
the
you know the
boating
answer to that
season, would
question?
it be moved up towards the campground or would we leave it stationary? Ron?
I see this as having multiple uses at multiple venues.
Weren't you gonna move it to the park at the beginning of the year before you opened the campground so that you didn't have to heat the bathrooms? Or was that,
If you look at the video, it's very portable.
that's what I thought, okay. Just checking. I kind of like the portable idea, because if you did have something wrong with the bathrooms by the campground, you could just move it. And I like the idea of not having to heat the toilets and fixing the other problem at the park. And technically, if you had some form of disaster and you lost your bathrooms here, those could be your new bathrooms.
So Ron, we'll
Not while
have
the park's
to
open.
add a portable water to it. Do we also need to add electricity to it? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, so we could design it So it operates off of 12 volts. I mean, that is a possibility. But at the boat ramp, there's power over at the pavilion. So I don't know what it would take to get a pedestal installed at the current location of outhouses, the pit toilets.
And that is where this is going to be parked? Like where the current porta potties are?
So consistent with our last discussion on this topic, I reached out to Health Department. Fred Morse got back to me. He's called here a couple of times. He doesn't see a problem reusing what's already in the ground, provided there were permits on it when they were originally installed and that they don't leak today. And he said that, somebody certified pumper could potentially comment on whether or not they leak. I don't know if you fill them up. Fred kind of indicated that if they're dry now, then that means they don't leak. Which was the opposite way I was thinking. If they were dry, I would have thought everything leaked out, right?
Yeah, but we had them cleaned out at the end of the year, so there would be nothing in them, so how do you know?
And Fred's point was then groundwater's not seeping in.
Okay,
So both made sense to me after he made that statement.
so where the current restrooms are now down there, that building is gonna be removed and this would be generally parked in that same spot.
It would kneel right down on it. But it don't have to. I mean, if we don't like that location, if we want to move it closer to the pavilion, for example, to make it handier for the pavilion people, we could do that.
I thought there was no delivery charge if you were within 1,000
Doesn't
miles. This must be farther than 1,000 miles away.
No, this is a different company. If you read my number one, so when I reached out to that first company, they wanted the bill of sale signed and notarized, delivered with a signature. It's like, they don't believe you, you're gonna buy it. And then when it comes to the title, they weren't gonna title it to Whitewater Township. There had to be a name associated with the title.
No, that's right.
And it's like, okay, I'm out. And so AI actually said, whoa, we see you're looking for a restroom trailer, check this company out. And that's how I got associated with Jim at National Restroom Trailer Sales. He says, yeah, we got this used one, but it's kind of gold. Y'all see the pictures of that?
Are you serious? I thought that was a joke.
No, Charmin had that trailer built. And it went to SEMA. It's been all over the country promoting Charmin toilet paper.
It was never used. It was just a display to
No,
show.
you could buy that one.
Wouldn't that be a hoot?
It would
Wouldn't that be a
really.
hoot?
I
That's
thought
why
it would
put
be
in the
pretty
packet.
cool. I almost thought about going, let's
Can you
do
imagine
this.
people?
People would talk about that,
Take a
right?
selfie
Well,
in there.
it would give them something to remember the park by. You could have the Charmin
Shows we
bears
have a
out
sense
there.
of humor.
I mean, it's a smoking deal at 49 grand. It's
It
a
is, because it's
smoking
really
deal.
nice looking.
Well, actually, there's
And you could
Like
probably
Thrones.
put a nice wrap on it to make it blend in to, our surroundings. But you could leave the gold thrones there with the blue velvet backing to it. I think that'd be kind of funny myself. I certainly know a couple wedding planners that would jump all over this. Yeah. And then when Jim, the salesperson from National Trailer Sales, as we continued to talk, he said, well, why don't I give you a price on a new one? And what he shared is that 2018, 2019, and all the way up through 2022 trailers had a COVID premium on them. And now that those trailers are hitting the resale market, they can actually build new trailers cheaper than the ones that were sold during COVID compliance. The other benefit this particular trailer has is it's a fold down ramp for the ADA. No assembly required except for the handrails. Those slide into pockets on the ramp itself. The ramp is totally attached to the trailer. And it can be a side ramp if we choose.
Are you thinking of going with Charmin or what? Ardella, are you thinking of going with Charmin?
Why? Because I'm comparing the specs. Is that what you see me doing that?
Yeah.
Well, Charmin's got air conditioning.
So does this one.
I see it listed. Here's the message.
Yep, it should be on, let's see.
Well, it's not listed under the standard items. It was listed someplace else.
So on electronic packet, page 13, it calls out a Dometic, which is the manufacturer name, 13,500 BTU AC unit. I added a baby change station. I added a spare tire. I looked at potentially going with standard residential flush toilets. But Jim recommended against that just for water consumption. By the way, Don.
Yep.
They also make portable ranger stations that kneel.
Yeah, I saw that too. I started looking at all their portable stuff.
Oh, so I see that under notes, it's saying, it'll be out late June, ordered by March 22nd. So this is not currently,
No, it would be built. So we have the option to put, you know, bigger tanks, smaller tanks. Vacant occupied lights on it. we can design this one the way we want it. And it would be here late June. Yep. But it's also what, $21,000 cheaper than the used unit and has a warranty.
All branding has been removed, so Charmin is not on here.
Yeah, you know, we've all seen those commercial vehicles that have had a company name removed.
And you can
There's-
still see it.
There's still a ghosting there, isn't there?
Yeah.
And so if you were looking at that particular option, we should plan on spending some money to wrap it.
Well, it has AC and heat. Air circulation every 20 seconds.
The new unit also has the heat and it's in the cold weather package.
Yes, but does it have a Bluetooth package with radio and
It does not.
speakers in all rooms?
It does not.
I'll never get them out of there.
Does it have the fancy toilet?
It does not have the gold throne. I mean, if you seriously want to look at that, I mean, we would definitely be the talk of
You probably shouldn't have put it in the packet if
the
you didn't
fishing
want me to.
community. I think it has almost like an Asian aura about it myself. Exotic. Yeah. Land of Buddha.
Well, we keep saying that our park is the gem of the north, so hey. Yeah.
All we'd have to do is write a check for that one and it'd be here in a few days.
Is there a concern that we won't get it until late June? For what we're currently doing, will we just continue to rent the porta potties until it got here?
That was probably the easiest thought that I had, yes.
So what would it be, this white, or would it be that dark gray?
So we do have a color selection. We could do a gray. Let's see. I think even black is available. I have a black and I have a gray trailer. without insulation, both of those get warm in the summertime.
I thought you said they had air conditioning in them.
They do. Yeah, they do. So I would probably lean towards a white one. Unless the board wanted to do something different.
Now, given the exposure to the sun, I'd be in favor of white as well.
Yeah.
It says here, if we wanted the custom vinyl wrap of the exterior, it would cost us $50 extra. Is that all it costs to do a wrap?
Yeah, I saw that and I didn't think that was right.
That sounded awful cheap.
But if they do it inside there or in the factory, we could send them a picture of what we bought. Maybe like the fire department had their wrap done on the trailer.
Yeah, I
Maybe we
wonder.
have a park logo. Are we ready to vote? Heidi,
Yep.
Padilla?
Unfortunately, we're not just voting on a dollar amount, we're picking.
I don't think you've got it in the budget this year, do you?
Half of
Or is it
it
gonna come out of the
would be
budget
coming
for
out
you?
of 2023, 2024
It was
budget.
100,000 in 2023, 2024 to make the purchase. That's where the other.
That's
ones
true,
come out of.
that's true.
Yeah. So.
But we do have the money
Yes.
budgeted.
Yes.
So basically, we're talking about 16,000 from a used that's never been used and a new that comes with a better warranty.
Yeah, and our original one was like 87,000, right?
Yeah.
That's the original used one we looked at was 87,000.
Well, that other company had a lot of different configuration options. But like you said, if they're wanting our firstborn in order just to take an order,
It was ridiculous.
okay, I guess I'm ready. I mean, it's too bad they couldn't give us a hell of a deal on the Taj Mahal toilets. I'd go for it.
Well, I think that.
You can still personally order it.
I think that 51 is a hell of a deal.
I don't know.
You would seriously put something that looks like that at the
Oh, I
park?
would. I'd get it wrapped on the outside and it would
I
be
get the
fun for
Sherman bears
when they
to
walked
stand
in.
out there in
It's
front
so
of it.
tacky.
It's not
But
tacky,
see,
it's fun.
That's
you
what
know?
I was just thinking, that some people will want fun. Some people will think it's tacky. And some people think it's stupid, so.
They're there to have fun. They'll think it's fun.
Yeah, but then you might have a problem if you put the Charmin bears out there.
And
because
we'll
they're
put a
getting
big
ready to
plaque
go
up that
there.
says, this costs us a lot less to have fun than to be plain. So they won't think we paid extra for the fun. I'm ready.
Okay, so back up on packet page 6. Where the motion is at. We would be sending a 50% check. Something like this need a purchase order in your opinion, Cheryl?
Just board approval. If you approve it and they need a 50% check, we make out a 50% check
And is the
and we mail it to them.
document on packet page 12 13. Good enough documentation. It's actually a sales agreement.
Count of page 12, that is not the agreement number that you're talking about. That's the Little Princess trailer here.
Keep going.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's not page 12.
Well, it is in the electronic packet.
Well, I'm
so
not using the electronic packet.
I don't know how,
Page 12.
Okay, well, I
as-
mean, okay, so
It's just
somebody's,
on the bottom of
some-
page 12.
I have it, Heidi, thanks.
You're welcome.
Somebody's got to sign the purchase agreement. Get it to the clerk's office. And then we will color copy only. We will make out the check. The next time we do checks.
which is when?
Tuesday, possibly.
Okay, I thought you said that that he advised you not to go with the flush toilets.
The residential flush.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, these are foot operated like you have in your RV. So as you step down, trap door opens up and water is then
Yep, yep.
introduced to wash the bowl.
Probably order a couple extra pedals just to have on hand.
Yeah, I'm sure maintenance items like that would be, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, because I could see somebody in there wrecking it.
Well, roll call when ready then.
Goss, no, Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes.
Following that business item. The board wanted an idea of what the lawn maintenance equipment was looking like. And so I sent you last night or yesterday afternoon, the original price list from John Deere and the original price list from Kubota. The Kubota price list is quite confusing in my opinion, but it is what it is. The John Deere was broken out by line item. It gives you an idea of what these things cost. And here's now some images. Of course, we're only looking at cabbed tractors per board discussion. And the equipment list that I believe the board has settled on.
Okay, okay. There's a lot of material in here.
Yeah. And there's really no discussion here.
Okay,
I just wanted, you guys wanted to see what pictures looked like and what it was.
because we've already budgeted,
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
absolutely, absolutely.
so we have some time to go through this material.
Yeah.
Bring it back
Yep.
for a board discussion, right?
Yep, yep. This is just following up on the other day. And the equipment list, according to our discussion from the other day, has a loader,
Thank you.
a bucket,
Okay.
forks, back blade, and land plane. Did you want to hand out some documents to all of us, Cheryl?
No, I simply printed the other ZA resume for
Oh.
myself
Okay.
quite a while ago, and I printed a copy for Della. Doesn't have anything to do with this agenda topic.
I said I also didn't see it.
Gotcha. So as you guys review that information and you come up with additional questions, let me know. We're at the 12 o'clock hour. It's everyone's pleasure.
Um,
I'm taking my lunchtime.
we have until 4 o'clock for the next interview. Are we gonna, I mean, Cheryl sent us all this, the budget worksheet. Are we gonna go through it? Make sure all the numbers are right? Or what is our plans today for the budget?
Well, I'll tell you that there's several things that need to be discussed that I came across while I was entering all the numbers. And so we at least have to have those discussions. I also, in order to get it to you at the time that I did not put the notations in there. Those will be in the document that is available tomorrow. According to the budget public hearing notice, this document has to be available to the public tomorrow, here and on the website, so it will be. And there's just a few things that need to be talked about that I know of. Others may have other things.
I found 3 line items that we did that didn't. 3 line items, 2 line items that we were adding into 208 that didn't get added, and then another fund, I've got a discrepancy in the electricity number, so.
A discrepancy in what?
In the electrical number, I show it's currently budgeted for 1,400, and my notes show we raised that to 1,800.
Yeah, well, I mean, you
There are a
all
couple-
have to check over the numbers
Yeah,
because
so-
I may have made
Yeah, right, I know, so
mistakes.
I'm just saying there's a couple things that I have.
Before you vote on it, you need to make sure all the numbers are correct. But yes, I did, I came across when I was proofing it that I forgot to add 2 numbers in the park fund.
Okay,
And then there's some other stuff too. I have it in my document. but-
okay, great.
And we all received additional information from Melissa. I'm still trying to find out whether or not that meeting was a correct meeting or not. To my knowledge, there's 2 types of meetings. You have a regular meeting and you have a special meeting. Once the regular meeting is set, it takes board action to change.
No, it doesn't. No, we've changed regular meetings before.
While in
And they
session.
notified me that, so the regular meeting notice was updated.
Yep,
And
while
it
in
was put
session.
out on the website, and so it was a perfectly legitimate meeting.
So you're saying before the meeting actually happened, they let you know that it was gonna be a change date?
Yeah, I
You
heard about
You
it.
re-notified it.
But
I
how did
I
they make that
re-noticed it.
decision as a board?
Did they make it in the previous?
I don't know
meeting?
how they
Nope,
made the
they did not.
decision, but no, I
So-
think they weren't going to have a quorum at 7,
So
is what it was.
the information provided, I don't think should be before this board until that's determined. And then also additionally this morning, I forwarded information from Gosling Zubek with respect to this new trail blowout that we have potentially put money in the PrAC for. And that is identified as one of the reasons why our 1/22/2024 deadline for the engineering agreement with Gosling Zubek has been not realized. And the new work scope includes this whole engineering for this I don't know, loop system in BCNA, when the agreement we signed back in November clearly was for the ARPA to design the ARPA trail through Lossy Road Nature Trail. So I'm going to recommend that we remove that funding from recreation for that trail and just have them focus on those items that we have a deadline on.
You're talking about the Battle Creek Natural Area,
Yeah.
because the deadline we have is for the Lossy Road Nature Trail.
But according to, so I'm still discovering on this. I called Gosling Zubek to find out why we haven't had something on the Lossy Road Nature Trail, because per Don's motion, that was supposed to be here 1/22 or 1/25 of 2024. We don't have it. And what this person shared with me, and I forwarded you emails, that they're no longer working on that particular scope. They had forwarded a proposal to Cheryl and Melissa back in November that detailed, apparently, I've not seen it,
I haven't seen it.
additional, well, it's funny that your name's in his email.
Probably haven't even read it.
Yep, probably not. So the proposal that was sent was the next step in the Lossy Road Trail. And it had wetland delineation in it. It had the topographical information that would be needed to make this. And apparently that was rejected because it cost too much.
Well, that was not part of the original contract. That was an additional item and we didn't go for it.
I thought you said you didn't read it.
I'm talking about the original contract. I don't know what Gosling Zubak's talking about, but we have a contract with them
No, we don't.
for certain.
That's
Yes, we
done.
do.
It's done as of January 22nd, 2024. It's done.
No, I'm sorry. We have a contract with them. I think there was some screwing around on our part and we didn't get things done on time or when they would expect it to be done, and the deadline probably should have been adjusted. But anyways, the contract with Gosling Zubak, they can't change the contract and neither can the PrAC. So the contract is the contract. And I know they've been waiting on some information from the township with respect to the Lossy Road Nature Trail. Gary Biskowski was just in here, what, 2 days ago? I forget what day it was. Maybe it was yesterday. It was yesterday, came in and looked at the Lossy Road Nature Trail file. And I don't know, I think he took some pictures of some things in there and whatnot. And
They're
No, they're
looking
still
for
working on that.
ownership documents, which of course we cannot provide. And we strictly have
well,
an
I mean,
easement over
the
land.
township, the trail was relinquished to the township back in 1992. So there's no question of ownership.
Again, we have a apparently a misunderstanding between ownership and easement. And Gosling Zubek seems to indicate that the ownership would make some of these potential applications to DEQ, wetland delineation, so on and so forth. Or the township gets authority to do that. And maybe the road commission already had that authority. Maybe it's been relinquished to us. I don't know. But at any rate, the
Well, the
project has
township
gone,
certainly controls the trail, so.
the project that Gosling Zubek is working on has gone well beyond the Lossy Road Nature Trail.
I see it as two.
Not by the board's vote.
I see
That
it-
is correct.
So
And
it
so-
hasn't, because the board has not voted for it to do so. So
that
I don't
is
care what
between
Gosling
you
Zubak says.
And Melissa and Gosling Zubek.
No, it's not between me. I didn't authorize I didn't authorize anybody to do anything beyond what the contract says. I haven't talked to him.
So
So I'm looking at, Councilman Zubek's paperwork
Okay.
that's in here. Can I finish?
You can, but I'm going to lunch, so, at 12:15 PM.
So there is a time frame listed, proposed schedule. The box is checked.
Mhm.
And it says estimated start date is 1/5/2024. So this May. The completion of the wetland delineation, the estimated completion date is 11/15/2024. Includes time for permitting processes.
I don't have that document.
You provided it.
Oh, did that come through? Is that one of the
Yeah.
documents that came through this morning?
Yeah.
So that was the other quote that he says they're still waiting to get approval on.
Approval or payment.
And so that's never come to the board, to my knowledge. The only one we had
This is
was,
$6,800 one.
was a 68. How much is that quote for?
Hang on. Get there. Yeah, I just saw the dang dollar amount. 60,345. And it's for wetland delineation and the forms. The soil borings, 50 feet. Survey services, topographical parcel and easements. Preliminary engineering, which means layout, permitting, and cost estimates. And then the final engineering, which includes the plan, a contract document, and specifications. That's what all entails in that 60,000.
Okay.
And the estimated dates, as I listed above.
So in our contract that we did sign, I thought we were supposed to get some of those things.
And let's see, it's
I have to go
professional
back and look at,
services.
You know, that's
This
that's
is,
way more comprehensive than,
Yeah.
that's the only thing I'll tell you. That's way more than what we approved.
Mhm. Yep.
what we approved is listed on this first page, right there. And it is a different set of duties. I think, the way I'm reading it, the second contract is what will need to be done in order to. Right, this is the first step.
From the verbal conversation that I had with this fella, I would agree. Because he said, you know, we got the $6,800 contract and that's how we referred to them as in the conversation. Apparently that was submitted to Cheryl and Pratt back in August. We didn't see it until, I'm gonna say October or November. I don't know why the delay was there, but you know, this sets up a scenario. This is a repeat of every other project we've dealt with. It's a repeat.
See, but I technically, I'm not seeing it that way, because I see this was step one. And this is step two,
Yeah, so when was,
to move
yeah,
forward with
when
the
was step
project.
2 given? What's the date on step 2?
It says October 16th, 2023.
Okay, so has the board seen that one yet?
I do not know.
No, we just saw
I've
it.
not seen it. So
Today.
that was provided again to Cheryl and Melissa back in October for the next step on the Lossy Road Trail, and we've not seen it yet. So if we're keeping track of things here, how much was the original grant application job work scope to the county for? Anybody remember those numbers? Was that about 143?
I
137,
was gonna say 145, but
Yeah,
you're
it's,
probably close.
it's right in there.
140.
Yep. So with the first proposal at 6,800. Proposal number 2 at 60,000. We're approaching 50% just in engineering costs.
How are you completing the project?
How are we gonna complete the project with another 60,000? Figuring we got 2 bridges to build. So between now and our April board meeting, this is gonna be the topic. I will try and get all of the information assembled in some type of timeline for the board to review in our April meeting. But clearly, I think we are at a crossroads here. We ought to be approaching the county. Nobody liked my idea that, you know, we tell the county we're not gonna be able to do the project. Okay, so what would happen if we went to the county and said, look, you know, this project that we thought we'd be able to complete for $150,000, $160,000, we can't. Is there a way that we can change the work scope to a different part, to something different? And if the answer is no, then
In your email from Kevin, right? On page 2, he lists out approximate construction budget of 143,000. I just want to make sure I'm, and that's actual construction of it. The planning of it is 60,345. Am I reading this correctly?
that's what they're putting together at this point. But before they can really do that number, you know, those soil borings and delineations, I'm sure have to be done.
They have to do the 60,000 has to happen first.
So we're, at this point, we're at a $220,000 project for Lossy Road Trail. And how many people you think use Lossy Road Trail a year?
I still think we did the wrong trail, but that's my opinion.
And I think we have the opportunity to correct that now, Heidi. Because clearly it's gone well beyond the budget. What trail do you think needed to be looked at?
The one that's been sitting over on the bulletin board for like 10 years.
Oh, around High Prairie?
Well, yeah, because this way I drop my kid off at baseball, I can go for a walk.
Yeah, no, I get it.
But reading all the emails and all the notes, I see, oh, we have more wheels on the trail than footprints. Okay.
Yeah.
Still would like to see a camera put up, but whatever.
No, I think that's reasonable in enforcement, right? If you remember correctly, part of the original grant to Grand Traverse County was to install a device or devices that would either minimize or eliminate motorized vehicle traffic. And matter of fact, I think the original grant called it a walking trail.
Mhm.
That was the work scope.
I don't know how you change,
So,
all this is
Between
interesting.
now and our meeting,
We couldn't
this
change
story
this
will
crap.
develop, but for the case of budgeting, we added, I believe, 97 and 6K according to Melissa Melton's March 10th email, which Heidi, as you pointed out, and I didn't pick up on your comments yesterday or the other day. We required the planning commission to submit their budget on
January 1st.
a document that's consistent with our township budget. Why is this group different?
No clue. Everybody's different.
So looking at Melissa's March 10 email, 97 plus 6 equals 103. Then flipping over to our budget. Recreation fund, capital line item 970. I say instead of 225, we pull 103 out of that.
Why?
Well, as Cheryl said, I mean, none of that project scope has even been approved by the board. And if we're going to continue with Lackey Road,
Marcy?
I'm sorry, Lossy Road Trail, according to the ARPA bid or the ARPA grant, we're not going to have the funding to spend 200 on Lossy plus 203 on the BCNA trails. Unless we want to pull something out of park.
And I will say to you that maybe both those projects can't happen in the same year.
And that's my point, Ardella. That's my point. I'm not saying we pull funding at this point from Lossy Road Nature Trail.
So this is just some numbers I ran from the documents that are sitting here. The 143,000 for the construction on the Lossy Road Nature Trail is what was projected by Gosling Zuback. The 60,345 for the engineering of the construction comes up to 203,345. I believe that's the same number you got.
Yeah, yep.
Looking at the funds that is coming from ARPA, it's been listed as 165,000. That's our contribution to Parks and Rec from our ARPA money and the 96 or 98,000, 97,000, whatever it was from Grand Traverse County. It rounded up to 165.
Yeah.
So
okay.
we've got a shortfall if we decided to do that project of $38,345.
At least, yep, at least.
My viewpoint is that we need to focus on one project at a time, and I believe this Lossy Road Nature Trail project is already a certain way down the road where we've already gotten numbers and they've done work on it. I say that the Battle Creek Natural Area is gonna have to wait. They've done a lot of good work. I mean,
Yeah,
if you look
yeah,
at,
no-
if
no
you look
doubt.
at Gary's
Yep,
email
Yep.
here, it is well thought out plan.
yep, totally
mean,
agree.
You look at it, the numbers are there, you know. Gary's new to the board, maybe he can give us the same thing on the Lossy Nature Trail and would make us feel like, you know, the numbers, more than Della writing it down here.
Well, that's what we hired Gosling for, right?
Right,
So,
so I personally feel like we need to take step 2 and get it into a board packet. And if it's approved, get it signed.
Yeah.
And move forward.
but I don't know why it hasn't come to us.
Maybe
Somebody's
it's
making
just,
decisions
Or maybe it was just a miscalculation or a misstep, Ron. Not everything has to be a conspiracy theory or somebody did something on purpose.
Well, with the people
you know.
involved, I certainly
Go
have
watch
some
it.
questions. Yeah, and no, the board has not approved Cheryl to be involved in this at the PrAC level. So
Well,
the fact
I
that-
don't see that she is.
Yeah, Goslin Zubek clearly indicates the conversation is with them, Cheryl, and Mel.
Well, maybe she was answering questions. I
Just
don't
saying.
know. I mean, she does have a lot of history with that organization, so divide these up.
So what was the reduction?
So in recreation fund, capital expense now goes to 122.
And what are we, why are we eliminating? What is it? What are the funds? Because I maybe missed that.
Yep.
That is causing the reduction. What is it we're eliminating from what we previously
In
said?
previous discussion, we had funded the new BCNA trails and parking lot at $203,000 or whatever. And after my conversation with Goslin Zubek, those decisions are holding up the Lossy Road Trail design because they're considering it part of their total design. And I clearly said, no, that is not what the board approved. The $6,800 contract is strictly for Lossy Road Nature Trail. Now, if I'm out of line, board members, please correct me.
Where is it?
So that 225 comes down to
122. And then up on transfers from other funds.
And we went to 122 from what?
225. It should be just the 203.
970.
Wait a minute. 197. That's 203. So our 225 must have been off. Because 197 plus 6,000 for the parking lot equals 203. And if we only had 225 set aside, that's a whole lot less. That should be almost zero. From your notes on previous days, what did you have? Recreational fund, capital expense, 970. What did everybody have in that?
Was showing up under note 45.
Yep.
so.
I show 143 for Lossy Road Nature Trail, 67 for unknown recreation project. Maybe that was the BCNA. And then 15 for Lossy Road Nature Trail Bullyards.
I thought some of that was gonna be a playground or
And I got
something.
something in
but-
there. What was, oh, that goes to 82 plus the one, so the 67 plus the 15 takes it to 82 plus the 143 takes it to 225.
Yep. So maybe we didn't contemplate the BCNA trail and parking lot
You did though.
from Melissa's March 10 email.
Well, you've seen her March 19th update, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna look at that because I don't believe that's. a
Well,
viable
no,
meeting.
because the new total of 110,955, that's what you took out of the budget, right? For Battle Creek Natural Area.
No, I have not looked at that email because I don't believe it's a valid meeting.
Oh, okay, but is that the dollar amount that was taken out of rec?
No, no.
'Cause we
I'm
went-
referring to her March 10 email.
I'm not, I'm seeing where we came with the reduction of, from 225 to 122.
And I'm saying that's wrong, Ardella.
You're saying that's wrong?
Yeah, I'm saying that's wrong and forget about it. What I'm asking you to do is look at the budget, look at note 45. Then look at her March 10 email. Heidi, are you on the budget or where are you?
Yep, I'm looking something up.
Good.
Still not great.
And that's,
I'm like
We-
10
we're
grand
saying
off.
then that we have to adjust the transfer 699 because we made a note that because transfers are lagging, which we're gonna do, that there should be $140,000 in the
God, I
rec
can
fund
barely
today.
hear you.
There's my note shows that the transfers we're lagging, which we're gonna do on 699, that there should be 140,000 in the rec fund to date. And then that's why we bumped up the extra 85 to get to the 225. So that's gonna that should go to zero because if there's 140 in there, it covers 122.
But take a look at Melissa's March 10 email.
I'm off. Now I'm off 20 grand. What the hell?
So Ardella, are you on the March 10 email or are you some other place?
I'm on the March 19th, but it also includes all the same wording as the March 10th. New updated stuff is in blue, so I can see this. I'm right where you guys are at, but just on a different
So
document.
comparing this email to note 45, I think we stayed with the original budget of 143 and some change. Lofty Road Nature Trail. And then we added 67,000 for various park projects.
And within there was the 20K for the park, High Prairie Park, unknown projects. It says, note 45 says 20K. Did we increase that to a larger number? I can't make changes on here, so.
Mine indicates 67,000 for
Okay.
unknown recreation projects. And I'm contending that we were addressing Melissa's March 10 email, 2,500 for fencing. And then we probably didn't include maintenance and spraying in that particular number, but then we looked at 45,000 for bleachers, a 5K for feasibility study.
Did we account for anything? I mean, feasibility study is different than a boundary survey, and I know we did talk about boundary survey.
Yeah, I don't know what she means by feasibility study. But just adding those numbers up, it comes to like $53,000. So I think we just, that's where the 67 came from in our note 45. Now, we could memorialize that a little more. I think that was Cheryl's point. Sometimes it's better to give an idea of what those numbers might have been, how those numbers were generated, but I don't want to commit them to those particular projects. Maybe we get a bleacher for $15,000.
What I would like to see in the future is if we're gonna break this up into park and recreation, I don't have a problem with that. But underneath recreation, I would like to see Highbury Park, everything you're talking about there. I would like to see BCNA, everything under there,
I see.
and LoC, everything under there. I would like to see it divided out like that. It just makes it,
It's really confusing to try to figure out when you have to go back to all the emails instead of just pulling up a nice chart and seeing it go all the way across with a budget.
seen when Gary laid out in his email cost implications and this is nice, but it's still not, this gives me a little bit of an idea of what scope of the project is gonna look like. It's not budget. And if we wanna stop complaining about, I was gonna use a different word, but I went with the PC thing, complaining about how we receive information, we have to do a better job of communicating what it is we really want. What do we really want? And then before budget time, go out to these committees and let them know in writing, here's how we would like you to submit your budget and make it standardized.
I think, I think this is the first time we've received this kind of budget
Then we really can't.
document from Melissa. I don't remember.
That's because I always did the budget for the Parks and Rec committee.
So
And it
this
came
is-
in an Excel spreadsheet, and there was one for the 208 fund, and there was one for the 209 fund, and it had 930 and 970 broken out specifically for each fund.
Well, maybe we share that with the Park and Rec, or like I said, maybe we need to, as a board, develop how we want them to submit their budgets and how we
Yeah,
want
I
it to
think
look.
they're looking for direction. They haven't been given any direction by the board, so they need
We assumed in your 10 years,
direction.
something rubbed off.
but
But apparently not.
I don't see that,
Well, they could have gone back and looked at some of their prior packets and seen the Excel spreadsheets, but they didn't.
Yep.
That's fine, whatever. You know, I took all of their figures from March 10th and March 19th, and I put them into the proper accounts that they go into. So I have a little bit clear, and I have March 10th in black, and then what they revised in red, but and then I don't know if you already dealt with why there's a discrepancy in the transfers from other funds where it shows 85,000 coming into the rec fund, but it shows 100,000 going out of the general fund to rec. I mean, certainly their mopper thing that can come out of 740, their fence work and their beach work, that can come out of 930. And I'm talking about the park fund now, that can come out of 930, facility repairs and maintenance. Their 970 can be where the playground equipment comes out of, and the hand dryers.
Nobody's
look-
following this conversation, Cheryl,
So
Well, I don't know why
basically, the only item
because you're talking
there,
circles.
I'm
The
not
on-
talking in circles. I have it laid out. Maybe you should have a copy. of
so
my
the only
document.
item on
lays
park
it
that
out
really
very-
belongs to 970
Clearly,
is the 30K for the playground equipment,
right,
because that's capital outlay, right?
you're
And the-
talking park fund now.
That is correct. So the rest actually would go into maintenance.
Well, the hand dryers would be a capital expenditure too.
And what's the maintenance number? The park,
930.
930. So that's where those belong.
I mean, they've got enough in 930 to do the fence work and the beach work. That shouldn't be an issue. In capital expenditure, this 375,000. I mean, that is so overblown.
Where?
I'm talking about 970 in the park fund. They want to get these two items in there. And we've already got 375,000 between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 items. Including a restroom trailer, a tractor, a mower, a pickup truck. I mean, those things all cannot be funded in 1 year. The park doesn't have that kind of revenue. And they've already got $200,000 from the general fund that they didn't earn. So I'm totally against this $400,000 loan. You're gonna decimate the general fund, and we won't be able to have emergency funds in there. But, so I guess you have to decide. I mean, the toddler playground equipment, we've already signed. That's the second contract we have with Gosling Zuback to do the,
There's your other money, I think.
the design on that. So, the hand dryers are optional.
So Cheryl had made a comment about a correction in general fund. Transfers out. That note 19 had shown $100,000 going out to recreation.
But then the rec fund only shows 85,000 coming in.
Correct. And so I've made that correction.
Which number is it going to be? $100,000 in the rec fund?
No,
Only 85,000 going out of general, then you're saying.
correct. And so the new number for transfers out of the general fund 999 is 485.
Even,
Yes,
Repeat that number, please.
Yeah.
Or-
so general fund.
Yep.
Line item 999,
Okay,
transfer to other funds,
okay,
485, 485,000.
Okay.
And note 19 now is recreation 85,000, park 400,000.
Recreation was what?
85,000. Park 400,000.
And what does the 400,000 represent?
That will come from park fund. Okay. $37. Expenditures are looking towards $50K to fix the F&V engineering. So that's parking lot stuff. 15,000 to finish pay F&V, but that can actually be reduced because we paid them like 13,000 and some change.
Was 2.
Yeah, so I'd be comfortable
Well, I
if we
think
left
we
it
paid them
around,
12.
I'd be comfortable if we left it around 4.
Okay.
And then $100,000 for restroom trailer, which we now know is going to be, let's say it was 33 and some change, let's say 34,000.
No, it's more than that. Restroom trailer?
Yeah, because half of it's gonna come out of this
Oh,
budget,
okay. I'm
right?
sorry. So
Am I thinking right?
mhm.
I was. So it's
yeah,
not gonna
it's
be,
cut next week.
Yeah,
so it's not gonna be 100,000. It's gonna
right.
be,
I'm gonna say it was 33 something, if we call it 34 or 35,000. Is that close enough?
34.
Okay,
Restroom trailers going to 34,000.
Yep.
um, 20K for a well. That's not gonna happen until we get electrical to power it, because there's not enough electricity out there to power another well. So we could potentially eliminate that if you wanted to.
Well, the 20K you say for the well, is that a new well?
Yeah.
Or is that, okay, obviously,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
it's a
I
new
know
well.
it's a new well, but is it for the boat washing station?
No,
No.
no, it's for the campground. Cheryl let us know back when she was running the park that we'd been put on notice we should have another well.
Are we crossing that off?
We need to do something, but we also need to get electrical to it. And without that first, there's no sense of doing a well. So we could change. I don't know. Let's leave it in there as a well, and whether it goes for the casing in the ground or electrical in the ground for the well, would it matter to the board?
But we do have electrical, I don't have it in front of me, but that we talked about doing for the upgrade. of the
Yeah, it's a lot of
campsites.
money.
No, our conversation was merely speculative on what it would cost, because I don't have those numbers from
You didn't have all the-
C2AE.
Right,
I did hear back from Mike. It's in final review in their department. And that was just an estimate to make a drawing to send it out to bid.
So we're leaving the 20,000 in?
Yes.
And if you're gonna put well there, as, the 20K, but you said and or electric, that should have a notation there too. That maybe we're gonna use it on electric first.
So how about if we say electric slash well? Is that okay with you?
Yep.
Okay.
The only other question I have is the dock doesn't have bumpers. So
Are we gonna finish this
That's
CapEx or before
Where
we get
he's, go
on to
ahead.
something else?
Yeah.
Or
That's probably an operating expense.
well,
Heidi.
that's what I'm thinking,
Yeah.
but do you need to budget it or isn't that a lot of money?
So $15,000 for pavilion spruce up, $40,000 to relocate the two buildings. $20,000 is the grant money for the boat wash.
20, you said?
I thought you had
I think
20.
that was the grant amount. Can you confirm that, Cheryl?
that's what I remember, but I haven't looked at it. in a
Yeah,
long time.
that's what I'm thinking. That was just the grant money. And $90,000 for a tractor slash zero turn. 20,000 for a truck, 5,000 for a merchandiser.
$1,000 for ice.
You have to protect your new piece of equipment.
Would you say, and we talked about where we're gonna house this equipment, and you said a container or a tractor trailer, what'd you say? Is that in there?
No, it's not.
About $6,000.
Because we're gonna have to expense it out. I mean, if we buy this tractor and this zero turn, we gotta have a place to house it.
The
Right.
park can't afford to buy all this stuff in 1 year. And you don't, and honestly, who's gonna operate it? Andrew's only got six rangers he's planning on. Who's gonna operate all this stuff? Who's gonna go do all the mowing for the township? And they'll be gone from the park. They won't be answering the phone, attending to campers, selling boat passes. You don't even have enough people to operate all this stuff. I can't believe that all of this needs to be done in 1 year. It simply doesn't. And the park doesn't have the revenue to do all this stuff. Clearly.
So that's 260,000 that you've listed out.
No, I got 298.
Yeah, that's what I got. 290.
What did I miss?
50, 4, 34, 20, 15, 40, 20, 90, 20, and 5.
I missed the 5.
And I'll just say that, it's a shame that we have to spend another $50,000 to fix engineering that should have been addressed in our first go around. And I will say it's a shame that we have to address another $40,000 to relocate buildings that should have been addressed in the first construction project. So the shame here, Cheryl, is that $90,000 worth of expenses should have been attributed to the project.
Well, you're the project manager before it was.
This is
approved.
all done before you.
No,
girl.
before it was approved, why didn't you bring up that the cost of relocating the ranger station and the shed needed to be in there? And why didn't you bring all that
certainly
stuff
could have
up?
Done the same, Cheryl. You had this plan 4
You,
years.
you,
4 years.
you're the one that took all this stuff over, pal. You're the one that all the construction started under, so,
Yep, and bad engineering
but
is
you
still
must
bad
have,
engineering.
you must have reviewed the engineering. We had the plans and everything was reviewed and revised.
Oh,
My
no,
God, I
this-
don't know how many times the plan was revised and
This is.
the
this
boat
is
wash was
your
gonna go
screw up.
here and the boat wash was gonna go there. And then the boat wash got moved back to the original spot. And I'm not gonna take any kind of blaming and shaming from you over that, pal. You're the one that took over all this stuff. If you didn't review it and catch those things, that's on you.
So that leaves an unaccounted for out of the 400 transferred to park. Okay, because what we looked at here is all capital improvements, right?
So don't forget, we reduced some of those numbers for restroom trailer and so on and so forth. So the number that is on our sheet currently should be adjusted downward
Okay,
because we've gotten restroom trailer numbers, so on and so forth. And I believe that we were at your question about a storage facility. That's
Yeah.
what I believe. So if we don't like the idea of a Connex box, potentially we could do another Amish building, right? Like the cart shed. This agricultural equipment will be small enough to drive in there. We'll have to do something different with the floor because the golf court is obviously considerably lighter than a tractor. But I think we bought that.
Getting on the list for an Amish shed is not gonna be this year.
what about cargo
You don't know
containers?
that.
They have,
Oh, I do.
And that's what I
Heidi.
said.
I've been to their place and
it's
I've
different though than
dealt
the
with them. We
semi-trailer.
bought
Okay,
two
well, there's
sheds
a
from
lot
them.
more people you can use
They're-
besides
they
the
are
Amish.
full-
There's the Masonites. Don't say that, because I'm
Watertight.
ordering one right now.
He's the one that brought it up.
That's the danger that I see is that it's airtight. Somebody could potentially get stuck in there, but you know, you just put a vent in it. By the way, Cheryl, you could always go out to Paul's Country Store.
I just looked at them, they're ready to deliver,
On site,
ready to deliver on
Sure,
a
with
trailer.
floors that are beefed up,
I'm sorry?
with floors that are beefed up to park tractors and that. Tractors are heavy.
Yeah, pretty much, I think so, because I asked them a bunch of different questions. So whatever
Well,
you
good for
need,
you.
you can take care of. I'm like, okay.
I mean, I've seen a lot of those cargo storage containers used for extended periods of time. And they can be painted so they look nice. Some already come already painted. And it could be used throughout the township when we no longer need it. Let's say we have a building out there. It could be used someplace else in the township for storage.
We used them in the convenience store business before we were bursting at the seams, but we hadn't built something yet. We needed additional storage. You know,
Right.
they were security grant. We went as far as, dropped an electrical line and put in I don't remember the exact manufacturer of the unit, but there was a heating air conditioning unit that you just hung on the wall and,
Yeah.
so that we could keep, products that wouldn't get overly temperaturized.
So
And
you-
then what we did, the same thing, like I said, we just painted it to our corporate color spec. And then when we were done, where did we move it? We moved it to another place and just kept rotating around. The thing has a life expectancy of forever.
Right, so how much something like that costs?
All electric and in, we were probably, back then it was probably 8 to 10,000. I would guess it's probably 12,
I was gonna
12,000
say
maybe
12 to
now.
15.
So.
But if we don't need the electrical, because it's just, for
Right.
now, it's just.
Probably,
maintenance equipment.
probably 10. It's been a while since I bought one.
Are you talking about the
I
context
qualify
trailers?
that. It's been a while, but that's just a gut guess.
You
based
can
on
buy
what we
used
did
one of
back
those
then.
too.
That's what you are buying.
8,
So could
7
we
to
just
8.
put 10 in the budget and see where, we may only use 4.
Let me just look real quick here. To my knowledge, there's 3 grades. And the highest grade, if you were looking at a long version, I think you can easily pick them up for around $8,000, including delivery. For the highest grade, which is still seaworthy, by the way.
So 10?
Yeah, I think that's a good number.
Where's that going?
At the park.
CapEx in the park
Yes,
fund?
yes, yes.
And that's for a storage unit,
Oh, yeah, you're gonna eat easy.
equipment storage? Trailer? What is this, an old frac tank or something?
No.
So if your notes, if you're all caught up then on your notes, capital expenditure and park fund will be reduced. Let me know when you're ready for that number.
So out of the 400,000 from general transfer from other funds, the 699
Can,
in park.
can we deal with the cap expense first?
I'm sorry, I thought that's what we were doing.
I'm on line 970. And
In
once,
general.
no, I'm.
In park.
I'm in
Park.
park. So once we reduce this number, then I think we can go to your 690 number.
Yep, okay.
Is that
I was a
okay?
little ahead of myself.
You were ahead of
Tap the
us.
brakes.
Yep,
Tap the brakes, I'd like to move the brakes along.
yeah. So park fund 970 will be 308,000. Now, to get where you were at, Ardella, transfers into park. Uh-oh. Is that where you were at, Ardella?
Yes,
Okay. That's currently listed at 400 with note 31. Note 31 indicates that 93,000 plus 100 from general fund. I think that number's wrong. I don't think note 31 belongs to park.
no, that's fire
Right.
cap.
Right. I think the reason note 31 is referenced is that not making the budget transfers before the next budget cycle, like we're in right now, makes tracking all of this stuff very, very difficult. So let's take a look at note 19, for example. Maybe that's, okay, there we are.
And that's general's note, right?
Yeah, but that says still 400K, but I don't think we need that number now. Just checking the bottom line of park. With what we've talked about here today, we have a negative operating budget in park of 63,759. And from your reports last week, Ardella, how much is in the park fund?
This minute, I need to get it. 385,510. 385,510, 47.
And that number did not contemplate the 85% move, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that number does account for the 200,000 from waterways grant, question mark?
Yes. I would, better let me verify that. I need a bathroom break anyway, so.
Can you verify that? Easily?
Can we take a break for a moment?
Get us the information before you.
Next time you're gonna sit over there.
Want something to eat or what?
Thank you. You can come this way.
What's that?
I said, you can come this way.
He don't matter, he just proves stuff, so.
I told you, my grandkids are coming.
Heidi. Thank you, but I can't.
Just take it through your car. Give it to a kid.
Last time I gave candy to a kid, it was a problem.
Yeah, that's not.
That ain't candy, that's a peanut butter and. No, okay.
now. Not right now.
I know how to deliver. I can't sit here much longer. My body's not liking me today.
Get the budget figured out. I don't know that I can make it to 4 o'clock with the resume.
I was hoping we'd take like a 3-hour break, and come back. Where did she go?
I assume she's got to boot up her computer and stuff like that. But we asked how that 355 number was arrived at.
Oh, yeah.
And see, this is something that the cloud would provide information, right?
Well, not only that, but if you,
All of us would have our own login, we would know.
and you'd have a line item every meeting to go over, so. But we don't. Okay.
Oh, yeah, yep. Thanks, Don. I'll execute that right now. Thought you might want to.
These poor people.
Those bollards, you get them from Uline.
I saw that. I
They're
even-
they're $43.
I didn't know how much they were.
Yeah, they're
and I didn't
$43
know
a
if
piece.
they had to be slid.
I
I
gave-
just can't see getting.
No, basically,
dents.
you get the right size post. I gave it, they Andrew, I gave him the cut sheet on it. And basically they come in a length and then you just use a hacksaw and you
Right.
just cut it to, but they're $43 a piece and there's like 4 or 5 different colors on them.
I like the ones on, did you see the tires that they got for the end? I thought that was pretty cool. Alrighty, should never come back now. Awesome.
Well, don't touch that box. It's diseased. So I just got a frantic message from Kelsey B at Rover Pass, wanting to know why we haven't made final revisions of the proposed website.
I gave all those to Andrew on Tuesday. After I showed, those sheets I gave you, those were.
Yes. Okay. I understood that you and he were going to meet, or no?
Sent the stuff to him Tuesday, told him to review it. If he hadn't, didn't have any questions, make changes. If not, I was available all day yesterday to answer any questions or finalize anything that he didn't understand.
Gotcha.
Never got a call. Yeah. I just clicked on her link and nothing's changed. And I got two text back messages back for him. Number one, he received the screenshots, and number two, that I was available on Thursday at his convenience. Can you also let her know, or I can, this link takes you to Chat GPT. I'll just respond back to her.
Any other budget questions that you guys had? I mean, it shouldn't take that long to verify an account number, the value
No.
in an account. So clearly, other things are getting done, and so for the purpose of this discussion, I think that we just cover our proposed capital expenses with transfers from the general fund. So it'd be 308.
Yep.
Thanks, Beth. What did you change the amount
So
to in
transfers
699?
out in the general fund will now be 393. Let me know when you get there, guys. Are you there, Heidi?
Mhm.
Oh, are you
Been there
there,
a
Don?
while.
So, 699, is that right? Is that where you're at? Or are you at 999?
I'm at 999.
That's where I'm at.
All right, 999 will be 393 thousand.
In what fund?
General fund. And Cheryl, you had a question. What was it?
Hold on here. 999? What account number are you talking about?
General fund.
General,
Transfers to other funds is gonna be 393, yep.
What was your question?
I've forgotten it now.
We started back up because we thought you got lost, or Della.
Sorry about that. I did get lost for a moment. Okay. Question was, is the 200,000 from the Watersway grant included in this total of the 385?
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That was transferred January 17th.
Yep.
And the question of, did the budgeted transfers, board approved budgeted transfers, already happen? And the answer is yes. It happened on January 31st. So are they included in the total? Yes. Is there any other questions?
No, that's good.
Okay. Sorry, you had to wait for me.
So then thinking about park. Transfers in from other funds for park. If we left that dollar amount there. We have, and all the projects got completed in park. We have a negative 464 budget.
You mean if you took the 400,000 transfer out?
If we didn't transfer any money to park, we would have a 79,000, just call it 80,000 deficit
in the red.
at the beginning of the year on April, well, no. Because we're gonna start receiving revenue in soon and
can,
We've already received our revenue. We won't be receiving revenue again until
till the
we
park
bill
starts
again in
back up.
December.
Yeah.
Well, I meant in the general fund.
Oh,
I
I'm
meant in
sorry. I
any
thought-
fund. Well, the park fund will get its revenue, but we've already collected the taxes from
Isn't that
December.
Where we're at is in park fund, and isn't that what we're talking about, is there?
Well, you were talking about a deficit in general fund.
No, I'm talking about a deficit in park fund. So, I'm saying that the minimum we need to transfer into the park is 100,000. 80 is the bare minimum, but let's put 100 in.
Yeah, my numbers is like 92, so I could agree with 100.
Okay. So in park, 699 will go to 100,000. In general fund,
699 in park is going from 393,000 to 100,000?
yep,
We're going back to general. Is that what you said?
yep. 999 will go to 185.
999 to 185.
Mhm. And I'm gonna put that based on Della's information. Park balance. As of 12024. 385, 510, including 200K waterway and resolution 2022. What is it, -02 transfers? That was a 2022 resolution, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Della, could you repeat for me what the park fund balance is currently?
385,510.
Thanks.
Any other spot questions?
Nope, Don answered mine, so I'm good.
Cheryl, did you already make a note on that, also in Fund 208, to add the line item 840 and 880?
Yes,
Okay, and then in Fund 209, in 922 electricity, this report is showing $1,400 as the number for electricity, and we bumped that because of rates to 1,800. At least that's what my notes indicate. I don't know what anybody else had.
well, let me find my notes.
What account, Don? 209?
29, yeah, 922 electricity.
And so 209 is recreation.
yeah.
I show 1,800.
See, I don't show there was any change to that in electricity, but if you say there was to 1,800,
Yes, we changed electric. Because you still had 3 months to go, right? 2 months to go?
so that's rec fund 922 should be 1,800.
Yes, please.
And then also, in the federal fund, the budgeted transfer in the 23-24 fiscal year next week is going to zero out that balance, so there won't be anything left in this fund as of March 31st.
And
So
that's
we-
the federal fund.
Federal fund, right. So that 174,409 would go to zero.
I'm sorry, that was federal.
Federal fund, 285.
What number's going to zero, Cheryl? What number you said?
Transfers to other funds, 999.
Okay, I've got it at zero now.
For the next fiscal year,
Yeah,
it's supposed to be 174,409 is what we had.
thank you.
And in 970 in the rec fund, I still have 143 for Lossy Road Nature Trail, 67 for High Prey unallocated, and 15 for LRNT bollards. Is that correct for description of what 209, 757, 970 is?
I had that reduced to 122.
Yeah, but that number was a mistake.
Oh, yes.
That
yes.
that number was a mistake.
What's that new number, Cheryl?
Well, I have it was changed to it was 178 and it changed to 225.
Right,
Did you change that number
I did.
from 225?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the new number?
I recorded a wrong number from whatever the change was. That's what I'm asking. I had 122 and it was wrong. So
Okay,
So this is recreation fund,
yep, 970.
970.
I have 122 also.
I do have 122. You're right.
Okay, so
Yep.
And the
And so I
122.
have it divided as 143 for Lossy Road Trail, 67 for recreation, unknown projects, but we further defined those as from Melissa's March 10 email. Baseball back of fencing, contractor to clear grind vines, $2,500. 4 new metal bleachers at 45K, feasibility study 5K, and Lossy Road mowing for 200, 5 times a year. $10,000.
Wait a minute, Lassie Road mowing for how much?
Looks like 10 grand. No,
Okay,
no,
so-
$1,000. You're right. 200 per time, 5 times, $1,000. And then 50K for bollards,
50K.
15K for bollards.
What's bollard again?
That's a post that controls, minimizes motorized vehicle traffic.
Okay, and
It's a impervious wall.
is there enough money in the maintenance? Did we decide?
Okay,
We
hold
have to
on just a
replace
minute.
that
I'm
bill.
not coming up with 122. So you said 143 for the Lassie Road Nature Trail. 67 for rec. Unknown. I thought that was High Prairie Park unknown. That's what it was in the. That's what you had it at. Okay, so that's 60.
Recreation unknown, and today's further discussion used Mel's March 10th email to assign dollar amounts of 2,500, 45K, 5K. It might not equal 67,000, but of the 67,000, that's where they're going. So the numbers you need to add up, Cheryl, is 143, 67, and 15.
Okay, so 143, yeah, that's what we had, 143, 67, 15. And that's 225,000. I just asked you if that CapEx number had changed, and I heard 2 people say it went to 122. But that adds up to 225.
Which is where we were at, was 225.
That's right. And also, if you add up those miscellaneous numbers you gave me, that adds up to 68,500. So that's more than the 67,000. And furthermore, the baseball fencing, that's a facility repair and maintenance issue. The bleachers, that's new. Feasibility study should probably be under 804 professional fees. The mowing should be under facility repairs and maintenance. Some of those belong under other
Can we
accounts.
take the Grand Traverse ARPA funds off that 225? We took $97,000 from that.
No, that was that new parking thing that just popped up and is. So I remember the 122 being the wrong number. That's
Well,
what I
it can't,
remember.
when 143, just to LRNT, it can't be 122.
Right.
And I'm just saying your 67,000 figure, these items add up to more than 67,000.
And none of those items have bids, Cheryl.
Yeah. What, the bleachers?
Yep.
Okay, but why would you take maintenance items out of capital expenditure? Why would you take the cost of maintenance items out of capital expenditure? Just because the Parks and Rec Committee didn't allocate them correctly? It's our job to allocate this stuff correctly. When we get in a bill for baseball field maintenance, we're gonna take that out of a facility repairs and maintenance line item. That's not a capital expenditure. When we take the LRNT mowing, when we pay that bill or multiple bills, we're gonna take that out of facility repairs and maintenance, 930. That's not a capital expenditure.
Out of this list, Cheryl, we're moving what to what? So we can change it in here so we know we got it right.
Yeah, we're gonna take the 2,500 of maintenance out of note 45. And we're not going to nomenclature it under maintenance.
Well, it has to come out of, it's a
Yeah, no,
facility
that's fine.
repair and
Yeah,
maintenance
that's
line
fine.
item.
Yep,
So they've probably got enough, they've got 15,000 in there.
Yep.
I don't know how you got at that figure, but that's, and the $1,000 of LRNT mowing. So that reduces your 68,500 by $3,500, so you get 65,000. So now that's under the 67,000. So if you want to leave that at 67,000, that's fine. I'm just telling you, your numbers add up to 225 in the 970 capital expenditure.
Then let's just move it back to the 225. You know.
So 225 is, it's gotta be 225, can't be 122, that's less than half. That's not even enough to cover the LRNT project.
Are you not moving the funds there until you get more backup paperwork?
not sure I understand the question. Heidi.
That's all right.
We eliminated anything for Battle Creek Natural Area other than standard maintenance.
And that's where we had
That's
come up with that incorrect 122 from.
Yeah.
I incorrectly removed the 97 plus the 6 because I thought we had included it in our original decision.
Right.
But as we worked through the conversation, we learned that we didn't include it.
So.
And so the 225 was the correct number to leave there. Yeah,
Right.
Okay.
that's my recollection.
Yeah,
Okay. So that's correct.
God bless you.
That's your
thanks.
Why I have 0 under professional services, 804.
For what line? What account?
804. Did I
What-
just miss it?
What fund?
It's still in recreation fund. Professional services, I have 0. You requested 10,000. Was it supposed to be 0?
Yep, that's what I have.
All right.
Yeah.
I just saw it and I thought, well, did I skip that?
So the boundary survey at High Prairie isn't going to be done?
Wasn't in their list, Cheryl.
In there. Well, we brought it up, I think, yesterday, so they sent a couple days ago, whenever that was.
If you're referring to their last meeting, I'm not including anything from that last meeting.
But
The rest of you can.
But like the note says, we actually discussed it in our meeting.
Yes, and Della, 804 professional services. When we talked about that on 319, for some reason, we put that to 0.
I'm showing a note here that fees are in CapEx line item per your statement, because I
Yep.
said per Cheryl Goss, so.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what that 44 is right now.
Goss claims that these fees come out of capital expense. So,
That's why we took it to zero.
yep,
I just wanted to make sure I had it
Sure.
correct.
That's.
Yeah, because it was a site plan that I think we've already contracted for under 970.
So do we have enough, um,
I guess I don't know on this, in this 209 fund here and the 208 fund, have the balances due to Gosling Zoo back been calculated, been added in here? Because they're just barely getting started on that stuff. So that money, because they're not done, that's gonna need to be paid out of here.
well, the Gosling Zubek and the construction improvement estimated by Gosling Zubek comes up to 203, 345 for the Losi Natural Walking Trail. We have in ARPA funds 165,000. So that left us a shortfall of 38,345.
No, I'm not talking about the Lossy Road Nature Trail. I'm talking about the two other contracts that we have with Gosling Zubak. One is for the site plan for the toddler playground. That should be in the rec fund somewhere, whatever we owe on that contract.
no, that's a park item.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, it should be in the park fund, right, I misspoke, pardon me. That should be in the park fund, 208. Because fees are gonna be due when they get done with that. And then, what we asked them to do on the Lossy Road Nature Trail, still has to come out of here. So those contracts should have been taken into consideration and those fees added under professional services, in those line items. So,
But it must be a capital expense for your own statement. That must be considered a capital expense.
okay, well, maybe we have. I'm just wondering if that was figured in. Was that figured into the capital expense?
I have no idea about the one in the park, the toddler playground thing. I don't know if we put money in 2023, 2024 budget for that.
Right.
You know, is the money already sitting there for that? It just hasn't been expensed out yet. But for the 60,345, that is for the Losi Trail. That is part of the number I gave you that says we are 38,345 short on that project. Did I get that right?
Sounds familiar?
My question was in the budget recommendations that we've decided to include here. I'm not gonna run back through them again. Do we have enough built in to be able to do this boundary survey if we need to? I mean, 25K, that seems a lot
For a survey, a boundary survey?
for, yeah.
No.
No, it's not?
No. Is that from?
Do you
this
think we have enough
existing
built
budget?
in? Do you think we have enough built in to be able to get the tennis courts power washed at $800?
That's a maintenance item.
Yeah, but that's what
So,
I'm saying. Do you think we have enough built in to the
yes.
maintenance and facility?
Yep.
Okay,
And I don't think the boundary survey is gonna get done this year. I just don't see that happening.
Are we done with the budget then?
I'm good.
Or anything else?
I'm good.
we don't have anything else until 4 o'clock. Is that correct?
Sounds right.
So do I leave Zoom on or what do I do
Yes.
here? Okay.
So I can officially take all my budget stuff and put it away, right? I don't need it out here at 4 o'clock.
Just want to go over it.
No. Ron,
Yes, ma'am.
I emailed to you information to be put in the April board packet for an update. You did get that, right? Right. You know what this week has done for me?
Can't imagine.
Made me realize I never want to work a 9 to 5 again. Yeah, back when I worked a 9 to 5, I didn't think no big deal of it. So this Tori Westmoreland from Arizona, we're not going to interview this person, right?
So she came to us through East Bay Township,
Okay.
and Tori was actually responding to an opening that Claire Carner filled 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh,
So, well, that's how the internet is, right?
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
sure, yeah.
that's how the internet is. And Tori's currently employed down in Ann Arbor. Are we gonna move her up No. Plus she has no zoning experience. She's got a lot of positive attributes,
Yeah,
but not to what we are looking for.
so this stuff goes back. I didn't do the Zoom. Maybe she could sit there and I'll sit down this way. It'll be easier.
Well, he just figured that out like 5 minutes before the meeting.
Yeah, it would be less dangerous for everybody concerned.
Actually, it needs to be a public copy first. So.
Alrighty, so we're free to move around the country for a little while.
You're free to move about the cabin
I can leave, all right, come back.
if that's what you would like to do. Yep.
Pardon me, Ron. This is Connie. Am I assuming you guys are gonna be back at 4 o'clock or just before that?
I don't think the board decided an actual time, but that would be my guess. Yes, Connie.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Rock and roll John Bellingham, first debut here Thursday afternoon. Michigan State kicked off the NCAA tournament here a couple hours ago, and they got the win over Mississippi State 69-51. So that takes them to what, the third 32? I don't really follow. I just root for the home team. So go Michigan State. I don't know how good they are, but they won the first game, so we'll see how far they can take it. I got the Jake Gowns, Bank, Junior Walker, the Stones, and more for you next on CCW.
Hey, I got a question for you. You hate bending over to put on your shoes. Wish you could just put them on standing and sitting without ever having to touch them. If so, then I have the shoes for you. Introducing your hand-sweet Skechers Slip-ins. With these Skechers Slip-ins, you just step in and off you go. You don't even need to lace up. So how does Skechers Slip-ins work? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide right into place. So just step in them and go. Find new hand-sweet Skechers Slip-ins for the whole family at Skechers Store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Gabby. Hey, Gabby. It's Jennifer Coolidge. Hi. I'm so glad I reached you at 2 a.m. Oh, of course. Anyone with a Discover card can call and talk to a real person 24/7. Now, how can I help? Yeah, I used my Discover card to buy these yellow pleather pajamas, and I'm just not sure I'm pulling them off.
24/7 US-based customer service. It pays to Discover. Limitations apply. Learn more at discover.com/.
An official message from Medicare.
What's helping me save more money on prescription drugs? Maybe you can save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is zero and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year, or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out. Go to ssa.gov/extra help.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Cash in on the excitement during Lucky Sevens this March at Charter Casino. Draws for $77 in key credits on Friday, March 1st. $777 every Friday night starting March 8th. Plus a weekend $777. Sitting in the warm, bubbly comfort of your very own house. Phillips Lifestyles has top brands, jacuzzi, caldera, and hot springs. The perfect style for your lifestyle. Phillips Lifestyles doesn't get any better than this.
The nice weather has you thinking, get the boat in the water. Tradewinds Marine Services in Traverse City is your go-to source for spring startup, delivery, and launch. Save 10% now on all spring services at Tradewinds Marine Services. For more information, visit online at tradewindsmarineservices.com. $107.5 CCW.
Got like a $3 chance on the way for you. CCW.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, exactly. Good idea. Great idea. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah. So, yeah. Right. Yes. That's right. That's right. Yeah. I mean, as well, I'm just trying to. That's good. Next Tuesday, the 7 p.m. What's that? Yes, absolutely. Josh worked today.
Good on record, coming up on the King Band, I'm away from you right now. This speech going on what's here, the news on CC. It's time now for an afternoon news update brought to you by Traverse City's original furniture. Open from our furniture on Garfield Avenue in Traverse City.
I'm Amy for 4 5 News and your Sunday stories. We're working on this Thursday. Michigan Regional Leading District spoke at a rally in Ohio, making that case that employers sacrifice pipeline districts in that law. Over the rally, Nessa's office delivered arguments in the federal appeals court to move the lawsuit to state court. John Kennedy was arraigned in Genesee County on more than a dozen felony charges for the alleged homicide of his father, Tim Kennedy. They're the family of Congressman Dan Kennedy. The arraignment took place from a hospital room after Timothy was involved in a crash. He's being held without bond. State Representative Kim Abbott introduced a plan to give Michiganders priority access to state parks and forests. House Bill 5597 will allow Michigan residents to make campground reservations 2 weeks before non-residents. Representative Cabot said when campsites are opened up for reservations, some fill up so quickly, state residents have less than 20 minutes to get a spot before they're gone. The old Indian Trail is closed at the Sleeping Bear Dunes National Lakeshore because of an infestation of the invasive hemlock worm adelgid. The same species is also spotted in western Anson County. Meteorologist Tom Robideau tells us why there's concern with this insect and how it's on the rise in Michigan. It's scheduled to launch its 30th resupply mission. The rocket is carrying some homegrown experiments from Switzerland. For these stories and more, join us for First Live News at 6. I'm Maya Engel.
This afternoon news update is brought to you by Traverse City's original furniture store. Golden Flower Home Furniture. Field Avenue and Traverse City. Furniture.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Right, yeah. How is that new store? Is that? Yeah. Are they, is it a different crew that it was, or? Or was she here? Right. Like you. What's that? Well, I got to go in here. So I get this done. Okay. Sounds good, Chase. Thanks, Cheryl. Thank you. Okay, take care. Yeah, you too.
1075 CCW with the Eagles taking it to the limit Thursday afternoon. Rich over here. Traffic report just happened along to South Airport Park right there by Team Bob's. Bad accident there. They are rerouting traffic, so avoid that area if you can until they get that cleaned up. All right. Weather-wise, looks good out there right now, but we do have some snow in the forecast. We'll take a look at that for you next on CCW.
Ho ho, very funny. Ha ha. It is to laugh.
Listen every Friday at 7:20 a.m. for Charlie D's Joke of the Week, sponsored by Ron's Restaurant. Enjoy the area's best home-cooked breakfast and lunch, house-made corned beef hash. Must try a raspberry French toast, simmering soups, and house-made potato chip for lunch. Ron's Restaurant, open Wednesday through Sunday, 7 a.m. till 2 p.m.
Hello? Anyone there? Which way do I turn?
Care assistance program helps navigate people through it. So if you have professional skills, see how you can get trained to be a volunteer counselor who provides one-on-one Medicare guidance to your peers. Join us. Learn more at mmapinc.org/volunteer.
Officially, your country more pizza. Years here at Northwood Paint, we've been proud to offer only the finest paint stains and colors. And only regularly your paints for the products we offer this year.
We've been doing needs, service schedules, and get all of the things the attention they deserve. What these situations are like. That's why traffic campus is to work with each of our clients to design a perfect plan. Amazed at all the ways we can help. It's to learn how confident we're able to.
Zero money out, zero interest. It's the best time of year to buy. Going on.
The upper 20s, I know we're not the good snow, but it moves in, could see about an inch by the time we wake up. Right now, we got 28 in Belfast, got 29 in Frankfurt, high top ring, settling down, high Bradford City, 29 with.
Cause he gets up in the morning, and he goes to work at night. Seven five CCW. To say, I don't think of you. That's when you say these things, you know it makes
Good time, rock and roll from the Golden Collar Home Furnishing Studio. I've got Billy Joel and Redbone on the way for you right now with Rod Stewart on CCW. We've got rock and roll with Frank. So, Thursday afternoon, Rich, Dave, and here looking for something to celebrate today. Today is the International Day of Forest Gardening. Some fun. It's World Poetry Day. This thing, yeah, we're gonna talk about the big bang. The Big Bang Theory. Strawberry Day. National Crunchy Taco. I'll tell you that. National French Bread Day. Yeah, give you that. It's a good one. National Teenager Day. Through them teenage years, man, that was some rough stuff. Speaking of rough, it's National Single Parent Day. So if you're a single parent and you got a teenager. As the oldest RV dealer in Traverse City, they carry the RV.
Well, do you mind if he gives you a call and talks to you about it if he wants to? Right, because you don't, right.
In conjunction with attorney Christopher K. Cook, our team is awarding a record $3 verdict amount of over $27 million. City and Ruins.
For the king.
That's all meat and bacon.
It looks like Ray was at her front door. It looks like she had a package that must have got delivered to her house. She was. Yeah, it looked like she was trying to ring the doorbell and wasn't working, so. Okay. So, yeah, so if you see her, we need to thank her for bringing it down, so. Okay. Cool, okay. I'll see you in a little while. Got 4 o'clock interview and then I'll be home after that. Bye.
Everything tells me it's left it, the iPad left it, the dog left you, the car left you. Yeah, trackers on everything, so if I lose it. Sure. That's a good question. So, the guy's gonna be the interim chief, but he's not gonna work during the day, correct?
Correct.
So the chief's gonna work during the day till April 1st. And then nothing. Okey dokey. There's those papers I pulled up. Too much crap here. Where did I put it? I only have 3 here. But what's interesting is the dates. It's got it. Revenue chief. This is what you could be charged if they have to respond because it's signed. If this goes with that, here's the tribe. That lady might not be there anymore. So this one is with the tribe. That just basically tells you they're gonna support you. They don't really have a fire department. I was curious if these were still there because they just had an election. This one is with. Who's this with? Governing body. Fire. This is a fire control agreement with the DNR, and there's only one signature. And this guy's dead. So, oh, and here's another one. This is look at. Okay, good. Look at this one. This is Kalkaska. I'm sorry? Loosely defined. Yeah, like it don't exist.
Here comes the Temptations on CCW.
I guess I'll give him that for his first project. Someone's got to explain that to me because that was my job. I updated that stuff every 6 months. Because the last thing you wanted was to go respond and have nobody there.
Great.
We even updated the control one. And this is a mystery because the planner knows nothing, I know nothing, the ex-chair knows nothing.
Hi. You're Alicia?
I am. Which door you wanted me to come in, so.
Oh, that's fine. That's the main door. Down one.
I can't get up because I got wires.
You pronounce your last name, right?
Right. Nice to meet you.
Right. Right.
Where would you like me?
You could
You
sit
can have
down.
a seat for right now and, we.
Got about 10 minutes.
Clerk and treasurer. So. Any trouble finding the place?
Huh?
Any trouble finding us? No.
I come through here all the time. I had to see my folks.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna let them know you're here. Candidates here, so I don't know that we have to be as formal all the way till 4.
Right, is Della there?
I'm going to tell her, I'm gonna let her know.
How are you?
Good, I'm Cheryl.
Hey, Cheryl, can I ask you to turn that down maybe a
Oh,
little
yeah,
bit,
yeah,
please?
I'll turn it off.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Ron's not here?
No, he went home sick, he said.
Oh.
He said
Coming.
he,
Okay.
I happened to come, I was in the copy room and I came out and he was walking and he just said he was too sick and couldn't
couldn't.
Okay, well, we'll have, oh, I need my, yeah, we'll have to appoint someone to run the rest of the meeting.
So
I like Don.
sure.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Sure.
You haven't done it yet.
Well, we need a motion and
Right,
Yeah,
sure.
right.
Let me know when we're ready.
Yep.
so the clerk calls the meeting back to order, and in supervisor's absence, we'll entertain a motion to have someone conduct the rest of the meeting.
I'll make the motion to have Don Glenn continue to conduct the rest of the meeting.
I'll second that motion.
How long have you been waiting to do that?
A long time.
I have two.
Did I look a little too eager, Don?
You really eager.
So we'll have a vote.
Roll call
Pop
vote.
is absent. Glass, yes. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Okay, well, you brought us back in session, correct, Cheryl?
Yes.
Great, okay. Well, welcome, Alicia. Heidi Ballmuth, Adela Bannock, Cheryl Voss, Don Glenn. I don't think we have our name tags out, but so.
You come on up to the podium.
Yeah.
Meeting.
So.
Oh, yeah, we have to do everything in public.
Oh, no, it's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
So.
I'm not.
So.
Don't worry, nobody watches it.
No, it's good. It's, transparency is important.
All right, well, I will let someone else start this question, the interview.
I'll start again because I
Sure.
have such great questions. Ready?
I'm sorry, could you say and spell your name for us?
Alicia Wrighton, ALYCIA, REITEN.
Thank you.
If you were a color, what color would you be?
Like mauve,
Why?
like spring.
Okay. If you were a cartoon character, which one would you be?
Smurf.
A Smurf. Explain that one.
They're fun. They're happy. They believe everybody's good.
In applying for this position, why did you apply for this position?
I'm looking to participate in a community where I can best use my skills and help further the intent of the community and become a part of a community that I can feel that I'm a part of.
Have you read any of our ordinances or our master plan?
Not in detail, no.
Okay. That's all I got right now. Go ahead. You're next.
To expound on a question that Heidi had, mine was, you're currently with Green Lake. And Heidi asked why you wanted to work here, is that right? So do you not feel like you're able to do that with that township community?
Correct.
I'm sorry, what was that? Your question again, Don?
That was a good one.
Well, Heidi asked why,
She wanted to apply for want me to apply for the position.
and
Why?
her answer was that she wanted to feel like a part of the community where she can make changes.
And then she said she didn't there.
Right, and my question was,
Right.
do you not feel like you have that ability to do that there?
No, I don't feel that way. It's going in a direction that isn't
Comfortable.
comfortable. Yeah.
I don't want you to get uncomfortable.
So you've been there 4 years,
Almost 5.
almost 5. So you've seen a change in, maybe, did they change township officials?
No, the officials haven't changed. The tone has changed.
Okay,
Their tone or their direction? Or both?
Maybe both.
Okay.
I was hired to be the planning and zoning director, and there are rules that are to be followed. The zoning ordinance says, these are the rules. This is how you do it. The police power ordinance says, this is how you do it. That's how I do it. I won't be asked to not enforce the ordinance that is written. If they want changes, they need to make changes to the ordinance.
Okay, so what are your salary requirements? Completely went in a different direction. didn't I?
Well, as this is a part-time job and doesn't come with any benefits, I would be looking to get the high end of the 50,000 that's listed in the job description. And you'll get your money's worth for sure.
And how much time do you feel you could dedicate to Whitewater Township? How much time would you be working in the office? Total number of hours a week?
So it says 24 hours a week minimum in the job description with 8 hours in the office and or field work. I think it would be a lot more to start with because I would need to get acclimated. I would need to learn your ordinances, learn your master plan, get acclimated with the customers and make sure that we develop a good working relationship. And as I establish my understanding of what the rules and regulations are, I will become much more efficient.
You live close by?
No, Benzie County.
Huh?
Benzie County,
Okay.
It's 45 minutes to an hour.
which doesn't bother me at all.
Okay.
And so you don't have any plans to move, I'm sorry, Della.
No,
You don't have any plans to move this way? Okay, thank you.
I like where I live.
You
I'm sure
drive an
it's
hour
beautiful.
everywhere else, so it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
I'm not sure if this is a real question or not, but how
Okay.
long would you, I mean, you are with Green Lake Township and you've been there, what'd you say, almost 5?
May of 19, yeah.
How long do you anticipate you would stay with Whitewater Township?
This would be a final move. It would be,
Before
in-
retirement or something?
yeah, in conjunction with some of the other townships, the smaller ones.
Okay, so you are
Potentially.
zoning administrator for more than one township?
Not yet, no.
Oh,
I'm-
okay, but
I'm-
you'd like to be.
I'd like to be able to
Okay.
serve communities that can benefit from my knowledge and experience. I just finished yesterday the zoning administrator certification program with Michigan State Extension, and I obtained my master citizen planner certificate or certification as part of that. And I can bring a lot to the table, and there are a lot of little communities I think that would be beneficial. This would be the main one. Obviously, it's a more commitment, hours available. It's just there's a lot of cool stuff over here.
So you'd be able to attend the planning commission and township board meetings and zoning board of appeals when they have a case?
I believe so. Wouldn't see any reason why not. I mean,
One's in the day, one's at night.
I
or
do
2
them-
hour night.
all now.
Okay.
Yeah. I like to work. I like to be a part of. I like to be productive. I like to help customers. And I like to be able to help them understand what the rules actually say so they can get their projects to fruition.
Cheryl, do you want to go or? Would you like me?
I have some with, I'll reserve that I might have some others. If you were to be hired for this position, do you have a preference over being an employee or an independent contractor?
Employee.
Okay. And you already answered about how many hours you would be available. You'd be here more than 8 hours to begin with, you think, just to get acclimated to the
Yeah.
community.
I think that would be
But
necessary.
then, so are you expecting us to provide you with a computer then so you can work remotely?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have experience using BSNA, a variety of other programs, and I actually have experience with the EPIC program through Grand Traverse County Construction Codes.
Yeah.
So I know how to use both of those.
Okay, yeah.
Pretty efficiently.
So do you expect to be supplied with a cell phone for business use?
It would be nice, but actually I hadn't thought about that.
Okay. I mean, there's sometimes, that people are going to call and they're not
Oh,
gonna
they should.
necessarily look up your hours before they
Right.
call.
That's fine.
Right, and so I'm just saying you might get after hours. We get people
I do now.
wandering here all the time.
Yeah.
need to talk to the zoning administrator and it's not the day that he's here,
Absolutely.
And so I do hand out his phone number.
Sure.
And so, and let's see, we
That's just
got,
a given to me. Like,
okay,
it's customer service. That's what we're here for.
right. So I saw that you've worked in some other townships too. And so you more than likely had to enforce short-term rentals.
Yes.
Yeah. Those are getting to be a popular thing. Who are you here to see, ma'am?
I'm here to see Bob, the zoning.
He's back there, last door on the left.
Okay, thank you, excuse me.
Yeah.
We actually have a short-term rental ordinance, which up until recently, I had been doing the enforcement and our assistant has taken over the short-term rentals. The ordinance was created in 2021 and it became effective in January of 2022. Not as stringent as Long Lake, but still required health department, number of bedrooms.
So they allow them, but they have some conditions that the
Annual
landowner
license.
has to meet.
Yes,
Okay.
it's an annual license.
In our township, and is that in the zoning ordinance itself,
It's a
or is it a
separate police power.
standalone
It's a
ordinance?
standalone police power.
Standalone police power, okay. So in Whitewater Township, the only thing, we don't have a standalone ordinance. Actually, you won't find the term short-term rental in our ordinance. But it's not a permitted use in the township. So, have you ever worked for a township that had that scenario as far as short-term rentals?
Well, up until ours was approved, they weren't allowed, and everywhere else I've ever worked.
Okay.
It has never been allowed.
Okay. And so, very good. I don't know what the penalty has been in the zoning ordinance for other townships you've worked for. In Whitewater Township, it's a misdemeanor. We don't have a mechanism to write a ticket or charge someone with a municipal civil infraction. So, have you ever done enforcement on a zoning ordinance that only had a misdemeanor
No.
option? Okay.
Everywhere I've worked, we've always tried to get compliance.
Well, sure, you try to get compliance. I'm talking about when you get to
We've
the
only ever
point.
done civil infractions. Misdemeanors require expense and jury potential.
Right. And attorneys, the township attorney,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. And you say you just finished the zoning administrator certificate through MSU?
Extension, yeah.
MSU Extension yesterday, and you have citizen planner?
Mhm.
Okay,
So I did citizen planner first, and then I did the zoning administrator certificate program.
yeah,
Went down to Mount Pleasant for training, took the exam, passed my first go. Yay.
yeah.
I'm not gonna,
Good.
exams are hard. And then I applied for the master citizen planner.
How many hours do you have to put in for the zoning administrator certificate?
Well, the exam took me about 5 hours, but the
Yeah.
class, so citizen programmer, citizen planner, I did it online and I believe it was probably in the 40-hour range.
Oh.
And then going down for 2 days to in-person training. And then I prepped with my information because they had given us, I had all kinds of notes from the class and organizing all of those. It was really good. And then for MSU, I'm sorry, for the master citizen planner, beginning in 2025, it's 6 hours of annual additional training required to maintain that certification.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's
yeah.
good this year through the end of the calendar year, but then
Yeah.
in order to maintain that.
Do you have any periods of time? Probably not, since it sounds like you've been full-time with Green Lake. Do you have any set periods of time of the year that you're gone and would not be available to be the zoning administrator?
There's usually 3 days over the weekend in July that I
Mhm.
go to a family reunion, but that's,
Oh, that's pretty minimal. I was talking about a couple weeks, like you always go somewhere in March or
go
something.
anywhere. I just work.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't have any further questions at this moment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I want to dive a little bit into some of your resume and some other questions. You listed that besides Green Lake Township, Borough of Carlisle, City of Washburn, and the City of Ashland. About how large a population were those three, Carlisle, Washburn, and Ashland?
Carlisle was 23,000. Ashland back then was probably 8,000, and Washburn maybe 4,500.
Okay.
I would have to check. I honestly, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, that's fine. That's close enough. I just wanted to get.
6,600 with 4,500 parcels and 41 lineal miles of lake frontage.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
41 lineal miles of lake frontage.
I see. Yeah, they got a lot of lakefront over there.
So working for several different municipalities, which one would you have considered yourself to have the most success in, and why?
I'd say Green Lake. Was able to develop a lot of relationships with outside agencies, from MDOT to the construction codes, health department, customers in general. They know that they can come in and talk to me and be approachable. ICA, Interlochen Center for the Arts. I have strong working relationships with all folks, which when I started didn't seem to be as strong for others. But it's important to be able to communicate with all of the realms of the people that you might have to work with on a day-to-day basis, with big projects or small projects. Road commission has to issue a driveway permit. You have to get, customer has to have their septic permit in order to build their new house, and be able to pick up the phone and call those people. So I think that has evolved into my biggest strength as part of Green Lake Township.
Great. As a part-time zoning administrator, how would you prioritize your responsibilities, and how would you ensure your accessibility to property owners, township officials, other people in the community?
My phone is always on, and I work backwards from here's the meeting date, here's when the posting is required. I've got to get the posting in, here's the deadline. And I actually do up an annual schedule every year for each meeting. And I'll put, might seem a little trivial, but that's how I keep track of things, because I have board of appeals, I have the planning commission, and then I attend all the board meetings when the packets are due, when our application times are due. And obviously the township may have priorities that I'm not aware of that you would want worked on, and I would have to incorporate those in there. But I found that working backwards from deadlines and meetings is the most effective and efficient way. And to the point where I know them.
The reverse engineering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can reach the Record Eagle pretty easily. And I usually do it in such that she's got 2 or 3 days time with one paper, 2 or 3 days to get the notices in the paper, which is vital.
How do you approach communication, or what is your preferred mannerisms of communication with, let's say, township officials, property owners, developers, again?
In person is
regarding
always
zoning?
best, because body language does speak a lot. And you can tell if somebody's unsure or worried about what they're trying to accomplish. And hopefully I can help give them some confidence in that these are what the rules say, and they're applied the same to everybody. And having that direct conversation, it also shows that they can look at the documents with me. I can look at the documents with them. If they have plans, we can spread them out. Obviously, phone calls work too, because sometimes people just aren't available to come in, and they'll call and say, I'm looking at this property I want to purchase. Can I do this? So I have to open the book and whatnot. But in person is always better, because it's important to be able to look somebody in the eye and have conversation.
You state in your cover letter that you provided technical assistance to, quote, many different entities. Can you give me an example of what type of assistance that was, and I guess what was the impact?
So from the engineers, architects, and developers, I'm the technical expert related to the zoning ordinance, and providing them what the rules are, making sure that they understand, as a detailed site plan, if you will, has a very large number of items that have to be in that plan. So I will go through it with them we'll have conversations, pre-conference information, meetings are important. And that can be an individual, that can be a larger firm. Also, I've participated in helping write master plans. I've never done one on my own. And bringing my knowledge of how to look at the information that is necessary, how to review, and very detail oriented. So picking up on customers' needs from the conversations. Also have participated in writing well, there was actually 3, but one didn't actually get published. Technical brochures or booklets, if you will, related to preservation, one down in Maryland that we received several awards for.
What type of preservation?
Historic preservation.
Historic.
Yeah, it was a really interesting, it was Snow Hill, Maryland. It was a really interesting endeavor. Did that as a side with a friend of mine from Levan Design. And so providing from the technical aspect of zoning, these are the rules. And from historic preservation, because I do have a master's in historic preservation, understanding what the design styles are. Somebody might not know what a dog trot is, but that's 2 houses stuck together with a walkway and a Georgian, and being able to articulate those specifics. It's details being provided and being able to have a conversation, whether it's somebody that owns a single wide trailer or somebody that has a multi-million-dollar project. They all deserve the same kind of conversation and respect and guidance.
You also stated in your cover letter that you've conducted training. What type of training did you do? And who were you training and what was the measure of success?
So I've had several different iterations of leadership where I had staff members that it would be, I think the archaeological dig is probably the best example of providing training. I was taught on here's how you do it. And then I was able to share that information, and it was literally digging holes and placing markers and identifying holes. When I was trying to remember more specific detail. Oh, well, Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Appeals members, providing them the training of the who's and what's it's of how you are supposed to conduct yourself. You know, the bylaws say this, the Michigan Planning Enabling Act says this, the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act says this, encouraging them to attend training, not just me solely, but I always would sit down with every planning commissioner as they would come through. And even when I started, understanding their expectations and what our expectations are, that you're coming and you're prepared and you've got your information ahead of time and not opening your packet preferably in the parking lot. So they can understand that those are important measures because you've got customers that are relying on you.
You and Clerk Goss had talked a little bit about STRs and some of the enforcement mechanisms here. And that was, I'd like to just maybe expand on that a little bit because you said some things about compliance. And I guess, can you discuss, I guess, what is kind of your overriding strategy that you use to address non-compliance issues? How do you approach, what's your process?
Letters. So depending on your policy, we've been more reactive in a proactive sense. So you might have a complaint that something is happening on a property that doesn't appear to match what the rules say. I would investigate it by physically going and viewing from the road. If there is indeed something that needs to be addressed, writing them a letter that this is what I see, this is what the ordinance says, here's a copy of the ordinance, give me a call so we can have a chat. Give the person the opportunity to explain what's going on. If indeed there is a violation and they come out right and say, yes, it needs to be addressed, encouraging them to get compliant. And I probably have had 85% of success in the first round of the letters. I always give people 3 shots before we figure that they're not going to. So it's a third, and a third, meaning the first third, they usually respond and address whatever needs to be addressed. The second third, usually after the second letter. And I start off with a less aggressive approach to it. Let's have that conversation. The second approach is, it does appear that you have a violation. This is what needs to happen. That usually gets the next third. And then the last third, this is your final notice. We've tried to address it several times. All but a couple usually respond. And they're set in 30-day increments, but truly as it's 45 or 60 in between just because of the amount of volume. But giving people the opportunity to have control back for themselves. As an example, we've had several structures built without permits, some a little more substantial than others. And the one smaller one doesn't meet setbacks. They believe they were told incorrect information. And so he was very, very upset. And I wasn't a part of that conversation. He came to the office and addressed the other folks that I believe he said, I wasn't part of the conversation, but I believe he said that that's who gave him the information, whether they did or not. Then he came and talked to me. And he thanked me when he left because I told him that this is what has to happen. And then he came back with his wife and we discussed it further. And then I sent him a letter. These are your options, in my opinion. You can relocate it to meet the setbacks and apply for the appropriate building and road commission permit. You can move it and reduce the size. You can remove it altogether. You can apply for a variance, or you can appeal a determination. And it put the power back to him. And they're actually working on relocating it, I believe. So it's giving the customer the ownership and the ability to make the decisions.
Right. You've mentioned multiple times face-to-face contact, direct contact, whether that be by phone or in a one-on-one setting in an office. I guess, so what would you say are your strengths in dealing with people? And can you tell me about a time that you used one of those strengths to resolve a conflict? Because not everything's peaches and cream.
No, especially with zoning. People don't like being told what they can do or can't do with their property. I listen. I make sure that they have an understanding that they have my direct attention. I've had several people come in very, very upset and hollering to the point that I don't know what caused that. It had nothing to do with whatever we were dealing with, but I don't know what happened to you before you came in. I don't know what your circumstances are. So I'm going to listen. And then, okay, now let's figure out what we need to do, because they need to understand that I'm listening to them and hearing what they're saying. And that usually helps people de-escalate and bring it back into focus. But occasionally you can't. I've had one or two in my career that doesn't matter what you say, and that's okay.
How do you pull yourself back out of those conversations?
I don't take it personally. I mean, it's personal because I'm trying to do a job to help them, but it's not personal because it's the words that are on the paper that dictate what has to be done.
Okay. In your, excuse me, in your opinion, what are the biggest challenges zoning administrators are facing today?
People just want to do what they want to do. And there are a lot of people that have the opinion of, it's my property, I'll do what I want. And oftentimes they'll do something and think it's easier to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission, but then it's walking through, helping them get sorted. Because zoning is not something that is a job for the faint of heart. I enjoy the job because I can help people. I can help get you through your process of whatever project it is. At the end of the day, these are the rules that need to be followed, but not everybody wants to do that. And so it's being able to help, be aware, be available, be present.
So ask you a question here that and this comes more from my business back corporate private entity world, and having my share of being hiring and reviewing resumes and interviewing. I go through your resume and I find a lot of short job terms. It looked like you really, really loved some of the historic preservation stuff you did. And I always have to ask that question because it's usually something that's driving somebody to find a home, and whether that's the job satisfaction or the people that they work with or the job itself. And I can't help but wonder what it is that means the most to you in terms of your personal satisfaction in a role. Because there's a multitude of experience. This didn't follow one path.
And that was on purpose, actually. Because,
sure. And so
I have a son that played baseball. Some of the jobs afforded me the opportunity to travel with him, but also different types of work present different types of people and personalities. And I wouldn't be able to have a conversation necessarily with every general public individual had I not had the experience that I've had working in a motorcycle shop. The people are a lot different than those working in a historic preservation or doing a big development, but that's given me the tools a lot of people don't have. It also allowed me the flexibility to be with my family, which is my number one priority. My family will always come first. But the dynamic, where I fishtailed, if you will, was specifically to get those opportunities and be able to still be with my family.
Okay. Unless my colleagues have any other questions.
one.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Why do you feel you would need to be an employee versus a contractor?
I just prefer the stability. I'm never actually been an independent contractor. Oh, no, that's not true. I was an independent contractor. The paperwork is really hard, being honest about it. And I think as an employee, I have a better vested interest in the community because I'm part of it. Independent contractors can be fly by night, and to me, it gives stability being here.
Anyone else?
I haven't.
Great.
Did you know Dennis Habedank?
No,
No,
that was
okay.
before my time.
Okay.
Mrs. Hart, I believe he passed away.
Yeah, he had been here. He actually had a heart attack one day when I was here with him, and he went to the hospital but didn't make it. But yeah, he was awesome. He was a very good zoning administrator. He was one of those, he'd been a former policeman. And so he had all those conflict resolution skills. And he was very, much like Bob and you, it sounds like, able to work with people. And, Denny would say, well, you can't do it this way, but if you changed this, it follows the zoning ordinance, so he was super fluent with the zoning ordinance, and he had been out in Green Lake Township too, and he just had a great rapport with people, as police officers generally do. And he just was great at serving our community. Just wondered if you knew him.
Well, that's the job.
Yeah.
You serve the community, always look for solutions to help people.
Yeah.
You can't do it this way. However, let's see, look at
Yeah,
this.
and that's what
Find a
I think
solution.
I expect mainly out of the zoning administrator is to spend, is to look for a way that what they want to accomplish can be accomplished within the structure of the zoning ordinance. I don't want someone in here who just says, oh, no, I'm sorry, can't do that, denied,
No.
out of here.
That's not
That doesn't create a good rapport with the community. And there've been zoning administrators like that in this township. Mostly before I got here. I've been here close to 12 years. And but most of that happened before I got here. But they give a bad name to the township, and so we do need someone who is able to follow the ordinance and
but look for solutions.
But look for solutions for people, be creative. Not that you're trying to get around the law, but is there a way that you can do it, that you can get close to what you want to do?
So give them options.
Give them options. Give them back the control I like that phrase from you, that you're empowering the residents, because it is their property. And I do understand their, we're all freedom loving citizens, and we want to do, and the zoning ordinance is not a tool where people in the township are supposed to be going, well, I don't like that, and I'm gonna I don't want that to go in next to me. Well, if it's not a health, safety, and welfare issue, and it's not prohibited in the ordinance, and specifically if it's allowed in the ordinance,
And they meet all the criteria. it
and
has
they
to be
meet all the
approved.
criteria, you can't just say, well, I don't like them because they're from downstate, and I don't want them moving up here, and you understand what I'm saying.
And I do hear that.
Yeah,
You hear that, but these are the rules.
that's
If-
right.
If it meets the rules.
That's right. Yeah.
I have one more question. In Green Lake Township or in any of the townships where you were in the zoning department, how do you get new planning commission members up to speed? I mean, you got a raw person coming in, they've never served on the planning commission before. Do you have a part of that? Where you at in Green Lake Township?
I do. I ask them to have a meeting and go through what the role is, what a meeting is like, what the information is that they're expected to process, giving them copies of the ordinance and the enabling act for MPCS, sorry, I always abbreviate, and expectations, letting them know that as a member, they are serving the community. They're not there for an agenda. They are there to serve the purpose of the community, subject to what the ordinance says and allows. I do provide staff reports, very detailed for planning commission, that says, as an example, a public hearing to receive and discuss consideration for a special use located at such and such and owned by so-and-so. The applicants are asking for XYZ to do this, that, and the other thing. And then I'll give all of the details related to the neighborhood and the legal description. Here's what the ordinance says. Here's what they want to do. And then if it's a special use, there's the detailed site plan checklist. That's commercial, village commercial, other types of special uses in R5, and run through it. So the planning commission has a consistent understanding of what they're going to see every month, but making sure that that conversation is had before they even sit down in the chair. That is the preference, because if they come in blind, they're going to be
It's
overwhelmed,
overwhelming.
and then the customer isn't being served.
Yeah, I'm good.
Do you have any questions for us?
Why is the position open?
It's currently filled at this point, and the independent contractor expires on March 31st. He is interviewed as a candidate as well to continue on in that position. We have asked that he's welcome to stay on. We asked if he'd stay on another 60 days while we complete this process. So, we're getting towards the end of March here. So if he just stays on for the additional 60 days, we'll fill the position, make a decision between now and then. From my perspective, I'm simply wanting to see what else is out there. And the world is changing, and I just like to know that we have the best fit for our community. So that's my take on it. So.
And like you have said before, Don, like you said, during this process, it's something that you feel that should be done every so often time period.
I do.
It's not just that because there's an issue or something.
Well, yeah, there doesn't have to be. Yeah.
So along those lines, if you happen to be the successful candidate, what type of notice would you be giving Green Lake, or when would you be able to start?
I'm already leaving.
Okay.
Yeah, next week is my last week.
So you're wide open, as they say. So, okay.
Did you say they have an assistant zoning administrator out there?
Yeah.
Okay.
We shared between assessing and zoning.
Oh.
Several weeks ago, he was switched to be primarily assessing.
Okay.
Because that's his background.
Yeah.
And our assessor may retire in the next 3 to 5 years. So
Mhm.
helping to get him acclimated. I don't know the assessor's actual schedule, but
Right.
the assistant was hired to share and then redirected.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're missing one body tonight. Our supervisor took ill earlier this afternoon. We as a board will be convening to discuss the candidate choices that we've been interviewing. And so, like I said, I don't think that will happen before the end of next week, it might. But I think it's within next week to 60 days is the only window I could give you at this moment in time. So.
Okay.
Well, it was a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you for your
and,
time.
Thank you for coming by and appreciate the conversation. So,
Thank you.
If you have anything, just reach out.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good day.
okay,
You
thanks.
too.
If I have any questions, can I call you?
Okay.
Is that the phone number on the resume? Is the, okay, great. All right, thank you,
Thank
Alicia.
you.
Stay warm.
Yeah.
All right, that was the last interview of the day and last item on our agenda. So any board comments or discussion? Okay, hearing none, public comment in Township Hall. There is nobody here. Anybody on Zoom, Heidi?
Anybody on Zoom like to make a comment? Please raise your hand. I'm gonna type it too.
Okay. Give that a second.
Last chance. Anyone want to comment? You have 5 on Zoom, Cheryl. Nope, nobody's
Okay, no
raising their
hands up,
hand.
no public comment on Zoom. Can I get a motion for adjournment?
I'll make a motion to adjourn at 4:37.
A second.
Roll call vote, please.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Brahman,
Yes.
Papa's absent. Meeting adjourned at 4:37 PM.
Thank you, everyone.
Done.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, Ardella.
You are welcome.
Just put that down in the column that I owe you one.